Want to know how to make people instantly like and respect you? It starts with you. Before I even met my friend Elena, I spent 6 months becoming the type of person she'd want to be friends with. I looked at her interests, her drive, and I started to build those same qualities in myself. When we finally met and she wanted to go to the gym, I was ready. I wasn't embarrassed or out of shape because I had already put in the work. So, make a list of what you want in your life and in your relationships, and then start becoming the person who attracts those things. Now, let's talk about what you don't want. This is about setting boundaries. It's tough, especially when people you know, family, friends, colleagues cross those lines. I've had people laugh at me, disrespect me, and diminish my role. In those moments, it's hard to say, you no longer have a place here. You keep them around because of history, because of a misguided sense of loyalty, or because you hired them. But here is a promise. Every single time I've removed someone from my life for violating a boundary, my life has gotten better. Not worse, better. It's scary to think things will fall apart if you let someone go, but trust me on this. Get rid of the people who don't respect you and watch what happens. You won't just move on. You will springboard forward because you're no longer held back by their negativity. The easiest way to get respect is to be great at something. Master your craft. Think about it. Why should someone respect you if you aren't great at anything? Is it just because you're a nice person? What does that even mean? If you're a parent, you earn respect by showing how you're setting your kids up for success. If you're on a team, you earn respect when the team's results improve because you're there. Ask yourself this question: is my environment better because I am in it? If the answer is no, if things stay the same or get worse when you arrive, then you haven't earned that respect. But if you show up and actively make things better, you can point to the positive changes and say, that happened because of me. That's where real respect comes from. In my work with business owners and team members, I always push them towards a specific, measurable stat. What is the one thing we can measure that proves you are great at what you do? My social media team has ridiculous stats. Why? Because they focused on getting good at one thing, creating compelling video messages. It's not just about being good at social media. There are plenty of social media managers who can't create content people actually want to watch. The difference between average and great is the numbers, the proof, the stats. The fastest way to get lost is trying to be good at everything at once: social media, PR, marketing, all of it. Instead, pick one area. Get undeniable stats in that one area. People will respect you for those results because you can point to them and say, I did this. That proof builds your confidence, and that confidence commands respect. I remember a previous team member coming into my office, overwhelmed, saying they couldn't possibly create more content. They insisted it was performing as well as it could. Well, fast forward, and it turns out the problem wasn't the workload. It was that they hadn't bothered to truly study the craft. They weren't focused on what's working on social media right now. We changed the team, and suddenly, we saw incredible growth. Why? Because the new team was dedicated to mastering one thing. So, how does this apply to you? Pick one thing you want to master. Go all in on that one thing for the next 18 months, or until you have undeniable results. Then, you can move on to the next thing. When you can show a track record of delivering results, respect becomes automatic. Finally, remember this: your actions will always speak louder than your words. I still don't always get the level of respect I feel I deserve, but the trick is to never use someone else's lack of respect as an excuse to stop trying. When I married my husband, who is a true business savant, I was terrified I'd just be seen as his wife. I thought people would say I got lucky or didn't work hard, even if I was putting in 18-hour days. But I eventually realized that their opinion has nothing to do with the respect I need to have for myself. I am the only one who truly sees how I show up every day, and you are the only one who sees how you show up. So, do you respect the way you show up? It doesn't matter what the world says. If you do what you know you're capable of and chase your goals, you might go your whole life without getting the external validation you think you deserve. And that is completely okay. True respect is earned through your actions and your results. So put in the work. Don't complain. Put your head down and prove, over time, that you are worthy of respect because of the value you create. Do these things, and you'll have all the respect you could ever want. If you liked this video, please subscribe to my channel and check out this next video on how to level up your respect through communication. Thanks for watching.
Ever feel like you and your partner are dreaming of a life with more freedom and spontaneity? Let's talk about the DINK lifestyle. That's dual income. No kids, it's a choice more and more couples are making, and here's why. First up, financial freedom. Without the huge costs of raising kids, you have more money to save, invest, and enjoy. Think early retirement or that dream vacation you've always wanted. Next, you get your time back. You can dive into hobbies, travel on a whim, or just enjoy a quiet weekend together without a second thought. This flexibility also extends to your careers. Both of you can fully focus on professional growth, even relocating for that perfect job opportunity without uprooting a family. And perhaps most importantly, you have more quality time for each other, strengthening your bond and partnership. It's about designing a life that's truly your own. What do you think? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more lifestyle chats.
If you want people to respect you, like you, and take you seriously, your actions speak louder than anything else. I've spent years working with top business owners and building my own multi-million-dollar business, and in that time, I've seen exactly what separates the people who command respect from those who get overlooked. So, let's break down the 5 ways to make anyone respect you. First up is the big question: do you want to be respected, or do you want to be liked? I'll be honest, I am a natural people pleaser. This probably shocks people who meet me today because I don't really have those qualities anymore. That's because I've spent the last decade actively choosing to be respected over being liked. See, when you don't know which one you're really after, you get confused. When you're meeting people and your goal is to please them, you can end up pleasing the wrong people. I can honestly say that until my early 20s, I always prioritized what people thought about me over choosing the right people to respect me. And what happens when you prioritize being liked? You compromise. You spend time with people who do things you actually disagree with. But because you're chasing that feeling of being liked, you don't say anything. You don't change your environment, and you definitely don't correct them. You just go along with it, agreeing to things that deep down feel like a compromise. Remember, for anyone else to respect you, the first person who has to respect you is you. So think about who you spend your time with right now. Are you making compromises? Do you feel like you have to make others happy at the expense of what you know you need to do to respect yourself? When I first went to college, I wasn't really the partying type. However, the friends I was hanging out with loved to party and drink way more than I did. But I didn't know how to stop spending time with them, so I just fell into this role. I'd be there, always the sober one, but I was wasting all my time trying to get them to like me or think I was cool just by being in that environment. It took me longer than it should have to pull myself out of that situation. And look, I have no judgment for people figuring their lives out in college. But I know that for me, I was making decisions based on what someone else thought and wanted me to do, instead of prioritizing the decisions that would allow me to respect myself. Without self-respect, your voice just gets drowned out. Your authority will be completely ignored, no matter how friendly or charming you are. To earn respect, you have to establish clear boundaries, show competence, and communicate with authority. Number 2 is next. Consistency over long periods of time creates confidence. It's easy to hit the gym for a couple of days, get all excited, buy the cute workout clothes, and think, man, I'm finally going to take control of my health. But if you fast forward to weeks and you're no longer in the gym, your confidence in your ability to stick to your word plummets. It's the exact same thing with the people in your life. When you tell them you lines show up for dinner and then back out at the last minute because you do and feel like it, you're not building their confidence in you. You're showing them you're not a person of your word. So, every single decision you make, whether it's consistent or inconsistent, is giving someone a signal about how much confidence they can have in you. Now, let's apply this to your work. Whether you're on a team or run a business, when you say you'll get something done by a certain time, do you actually do it? When you say you'll follow up, do you follow up? People learn whether or not they can count on you based on how you show up over time. I know instantly who I can and can't count on. The people I count on are the ones who always follow up with me. And if they follow up consistently for 6 months and happen to miss something one time, I'm not worried about it. I know from their actions that they are a consistent person, that if they sometimes follow up, sometimes do what they say, and sometimes don't, I'm just going to bypass them. And when you bypass someone in an organization, you start to ask, why do I even need this person if I end up having to do their job anyway because they're not consistent? And yet, when you talk to that person, all they want is more opportunity. They want to be trusted with more, handle more, and make more money. They want to do big things, but they can't even handle what's right in front of them. This is why respect doesn't just happen overnight. But what's so cool about being consistent, it is completely in your control. You get to decide if you do what you say you're going to do. And what is also cool is you do and have to commit to something if you have no intention of doing it. That's perfectly fine too. Next up, number 3, you have to set clear boundaries. One of the hardest lessons I've had to learn wasn't just setting boundaries, but actually getting other people to respect them. There are 2 steps to boundaries. First is creating them, and second is enforcing them. When it comes to setting boundaries, the first thing you have to ask yourself is, what are you not willing to tolerate in your environment? Pull out a piece of paper or the Notes app on your phone and list the behaviors that you will not tolerate from people you work with, spend time with, or are friends with. What are the absolute no-goes for you? From that list, you can then start to create a list of characteristics you would expect from the greatest people who could come into your life. So you have a list of hard no's, but then you also have a list of this is what I would expect from the best people. Once you have that list, you have to look at how you spend your time. Is your time spent in alignment with this list? Because if you don't have great people in your life, it might be because you aren't living by the same values as the people you want to attract. So, of course, they're never going to want to spend time with you. When I first wanted to spend time with Elena Cardoni, I realized that if she hung out with me for a day, I have to talk about things I was interested in and doing. At the time, I wasn't working out consistently. I didn't hold myself accountable to my goals. I was wishy-washy about what I wanted for my future, and I couldn't clearly communicate my personal goals. To attract the people you respect, you have to become a person they would respect. Thanks so much for watching. If you found this helpful, I'd love it if you hit that like button and subscribe for more videos just like this one. See you in the next one.
Have you ever had a dream that just wouldn't let you go? I used to think that big, life-changing dreams were reserved for the lucky ones, the people you see in movies or read about in books. My own dream felt so far away, almost like it belonged to someone else. I'd look in the mirror and think, who am I to want something so big? It was easier to believe it was impossible, a silly fantasy that had no place in the real world. But this dream had a life of its own. It didn't care about my doubts or my fears. It stayed with me, a constant quiet hum in the background of my life. Every single day, it was there when I woke up. And every single night, just as I was about to fall asleep, it would whisper to me, "Don't stop, keep going." It was relentless, a gentle but persistent voice in my heart that refused to be silenced. So, I started listening. I took one tiny step, then another, Each step was terrifying. I failed more times than I can count. But there were days I wanted to give up, to crawl back into my comfort zone and tell that voice to just leave me alone. But it never did. It just kept whispering, "Keep going." And slowly, miraculously, things began to change. The path started to clear. The impossible started to feel possible. Today, I'm living that dream. The one that felt like a fantasy. And let me tell you, it's not because I got lucky. It's because I finally decided to listen to that whisper and refused to give up. So if you have a dream that won't leave you alone, please listen to it. It's whispering to you for a reason. It knows the way. Your job is just to take the first step and keep going. Thank you so much for watching. If this resonated with you, I'd love for you to subscribe and join our community. See you in the next video.
Hello and welcome back to our journey through the history of the English language. Last time, we saw how the Norman conquest brought French to England. But how did English survive and thrive? Let's find out. After the Norman invasion, the French-speaking rulers slowly began to see England as their true home. An interesting thing happened. They started to feel that the French spoken in England wasn't quite as good as the French spoken in Paris. This, strangely enough, made them feel a little prouder of their English roots and the English language itself. For the ordinary people, French was never really part of their lives. A poet writing in the late 1200s noted that almost no common person knew French. English was the language of the land, a source of pride connected to their history and identity. Around the year 1300, a poet even translated a book into English, specifically so that common people could understand and enjoy it. Then, a major conflict erupted that would change everything: the 100 Years' War, which raged between England and France from 1337 to 1453. This long war fueled a powerful sense of national identity in England. Being English meant speaking English. The language became a symbol of who they were, distinct from their French rivals. But another, more tragic event also played a crucial role: the Black Death. This horrific plague swept through England between 1348 and 1375, wiping out a huge portion of the population. Among the victims were many highly educated churchmen and teachers, most of whom spoke French or Latin. Their positions were filled by less educated people who only spoke English. At the same time, the plague created a massive labor shortage. With fewer workers available, ordinary people found they had more power. They could demand better pay and working conditions. As the common folk gained more importance in society, so did their language. English started to become the language of power. More and more, it was used in government because fewer officials actually understood French anymore. A landmark moment came in 1362, when English was used for the first time in Parliament, the country's main ruling body. Then, in 1399, Henry IV ascended to the throne. He was the very first king to add English as his mother tongue since before the Normans arrived. Over the next century, the shift was complete. English replaced French in homes, in schools, and across all levels of government. It even became the standard for personal communication. By 1450, if you were writing a letter, you'd most likely write it in English, not French or Latin. English had not only survived, it had won. But it was a very different language from what it had been before. This new version of the language is what we call Middle English. In the 400 years following the Norman conquest, English underwent its most dramatic transformation ever. The grammar became much simpler. For instance, all those complicated word endings for nouns, adjectives, and pronouns that were common in Old English, most of them disappeared. Instead, the order of words in a sentence: subject, verb, object became the primary way to show meaning. And then there were the words themselves. Between 1100 and 1500, thousands of French words flooded into the English vocabulary. Many of these are words we use every single day. They touched every aspect of life. For the home, we got words like blanket, chair, and dinner. In the arts and sciences, words like dance, music, and poet appeared. For law and government, words such as crime, judge, and prison were adopted. Even the natural world got new names, like flower, forest, and ocean. Sometimes, a French word would completely replace an Old English one. For example, the French word people pushed out the Old English equivalent. But often, both words survived, each taking on a slightly different shade of meaning. Think about the Old English word ask and the French word demand. They mean similar things, but we use them in very different situations. You can still see the social divide from this era in our vocabulary today. The words for animals in the field, like cow, sheep, or pig, are from Old English, used by the Anglo-Saxon farmers. But the words for the meat served on the dinner table, beef, mutton, and pork, are from French, used by the Norman lords. It's a fascinating linguistic echo of a class-divided society. When we talk about Middle English, one name stands above all others: Geoffrey Chaucer. Living in London from about 1343 to 1400, Chaucer was not just a brilliant poet, but also an important government official. He wrote in the dialect of the East Midlands, which was the language spoken in the influential Triangle of London, Oxford, and Cambridge. His writing is filled with these newly adopted French words. His most famous work, of course, is *The Canterbury Tales*, written in the 1390s. It is a wonderful collection of stories told by a diverse group of ordinary people on a pilgrimage to Canterbury. Chaucer's genius was in capturing these characters so vividly, right down to the way they spoke. He even pokes fun at the slightly awkward French accent some English people had at the time. His work showed everyone that English was a rich, powerful, and expressive language, ready for a new era. The end of the 15th century marked a new beginning for English. The 16th century was a time of incredible change across Europe, what we now call the Renaissance. Explorers were sailing to the Americas, Asia, and Africa, discovering new lands and new cultures. Science and art were flourishing. With all these new ideas and discoveries, the English language had to expand. It needed more words to describe this incredible new world. But the single biggest change came from a machine. In 1476, a man named William Caxton brought the first printing press to London. This invention revolutionized everything. Before printing, every single book had to be copied by hand, a slow, expensive process. The printing press made it possible to produce thousands of copies quickly and cheaply. Suddenly, books were accessible to more people than ever before. However, this created a new problem: which version of English should be printed? The language was still a patchwork of different regional dialects, with varied spelling and pronunciation. Caxton himself wrote about how different the English spoken in one part of the country was from another. He and other printers had to make a choice. They settled on the East Midlands dialect, the language of London, the universities, and the government. This decision was monumental. As more and more books were printed in this London-based English, it slowly became the standard, laying the foundation for the modern English we speak today. It was the beginning of a unified English language, ready to take on the world. Thank you so much for joining me on this incredible linguistic journey. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next episode. See you next time.
Hello and welcome. Let's get started on a journey through the history of English. English is a language spoken all around the world. You can hear it in Europe, America, Asia, Africa, and Australia. About 370 to 400 million people speak English as their first language. This means it's the language they learned as children and use every day. A similar number of people use English as a second language. This means they have another main language but also use English often. Hundreds of millions more learn it as a foreign language in schools. It's true that about 1/4 of all people on Earth use English in some way. Because so many people, in so many places, speak or use English, it is known as a world language. Why do so many people speak English? In countries like Britain and the United States, it's the language most people learn first. But in other places, like India, Kenya, or Singapore, English is a second language. People there have their own first language, but they use English for school, work, government, and news. In many other countries, people learn English at school as a foreign language, but it isn't an official language there. English is also important for talking with people from different countries. Scientists, doctors, and business people often use English to communicate worldwide. Many popular songs and movies are in English. Even people who control planes and ships use a special, simple English to be clear and safe. News from around the world is often shared in English on television, radio, or the internet. English started to spread a long time ago. In the 1600s and 1700s, British people traveled and made new homes in North America, the Caribbean, Australia, and parts of Asia. Later, in the 1800s, Britain was a very strong country with many factories. New machines came from Britain, so people learned English to understand and use them. In the 1900s, international business grew. Air travel and new ways to communicate, like the telephone and computers, helped English spread even faster. Companies wanted to do business with American companies, which were often rich. For this, they needed to speak English. Many international groups and organizations, like the European Central Bank, chose English as their main language for work. So, English isn't just for one country. It's a tool for many people to talk and work together across borders. But how did this language become so widely used and change so much over time? Its history is long and full of interesting stories. In this video, we'll look at how English started and how different groups of people and important events changed the way English sounds, looks, and works. This journey will show us how English became the important language it is today. The story of English begins a very long time ago with a big family of languages called the Indo-European family. Many languages, including Latin, Greek, and the early forms of English, belong to this group. We know these languages are related because of people like Sir William Jones. In the late 1700s, this British judge studied Sanskrit, an old language from India. He saw that Sanskrit was very similar to Latin and Greek. For example, the word for father in Latin was pater, and in Sanskrit, it was pitter. Both are clearly similar to the English word father. The word for mother also showed these connections. Sir William Jones suggested that all these languages came from an even older shared language. He called this a common source in 1786. Today, we call this ancient language Proto-Indo-European. People think that a group called the Kyrgyz spoke this language. They lived in an area that is now southern Russia, starting from after 5000 BC. Around 3500 BC, the Kyrgyz began to move, traveling far across Europe and Asia. As groups moved apart, their way of speaking slowly changed. Over a very long time, these different ways of speaking became separate languages. Today, over 2 billion people speak an Indo-European language as their first language. One of the first groups of Indo-European speakers to move into Britain were the Celts. They arrived from Central Europe around the 5th century BC. They were the main people in Britain for many years. Then, in 43, the powerful Romans invaded Britain. They stayed for almost 400 years and brought their language, Latin. Some rich British Celts learned Latin, but it didn't become the local language. When the Roman Empire became weaker, they finally left Britain in AD 410. The country was left without their strong army, making it open to new invaders. In AD 449, Germanic people started to arrive. The Jutes came from Denmark, the Angles also came from Denmark, and the Saxons came from what is now Germany. These three groups are known as the Anglo-Saxons. They came in large numbers and took land from the British Celts. The Angles, Jutes, and Saxons slowly formed 7 kingdoms in what is now England. From the different ways of speaking used by these people, the first form of English began to grow. This was the true start of the English language. Old English was the language spoken in England from about 450 to 1150. It was the language of the Anglo-Saxons. At first, the Anglo-Saxons took very few words from the Celts, mainly for natural things they hadn't seen before, like crag for a high rock. Most Anglo-Saxons couldn't read or write, but in 597, monks arrived from Rome to teach Christianity. These monks taught Latin and Greek, which brought about 450 new Latin words into Old English, like school and monk. They also started writing in Old English, which was uncommon at the time. The words in Old English were mostly Germanic. About 85% of these words are not used today, but many common, modern English words like the and can and get come from Old English. Basic words like man, child, house, eat, and sleep also have Old English roots. Old English grammar was very different. Word order was less important than word endings, which showed a word's role in a sentence. In the 700s, new invaders arrived, the Vikings, also called Danes. From 787, they came in ships, stealing from towns and churches. By 850, a large Viking army was in England, leading to a long war. The war ended in 878 when the Anglo-Saxon king, Alfred, made a peace agreement. England was split into two parts. The northern and eastern area, known as the Danelaw, was for the Vikings. King Alfred wanted to restore learning and decided that English, not Latin, should be the language for schools and books. He even translated important books into Old English himself. Because the Vikings and English people in the Danelaw could understand each other, their close contact made Old English grammar simpler. Many old word endings disappeared. Thousands of new words came from the Vikings' language, Old Norse, into Old English. We still use about 400 to 500 of them today. These were common words like window, leg, neck, and verbs like get, take, and want. Many words beginning with sk, such as skin, skirt, and sky, are from Old Norse. Old Norse also brought new grammar, like the word are and the pronouns they, their, and them. After more fighting, a Danish king ruled England for a time. Then, in 1066, the English king died. A powerful duke from Normandy named William claimed the throne. This led to an invasion that would bring even more massive changes to the English language. In the year 1066, a great change came to England. William, the leader of Normandy in northern France, led an army and fought King Harold's army at the Battle of Hastings. The Normans won, and William became the new king of England. He was called William the Conqueror. This event changed the English language a lot. After the Normans won, French became the language of power. The king, his rich friends, and all important people in government, churches, and law courts spoke French. For about 300 years, French was the main language for important matters in England. Only ordinary people kept speaking English in their homes and villages. But slowly, English started to become important again. Many Norman men married English women, and their children learned English from their mothers. So, more and more people from important families started to speak English. Another big change happened in 1204. The King of England lost his lands in Normandy. This made the rich families in England feel more connected to England, not France. English was on its way back, but it would be a very different language from the Old English spoken before. Thank you so much for watching and learning with us today. If you enjoyed this journey through history, please give this video a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more stories to help you learn English. See you next time.
Are you a language teacher dreaming of starting your own after-school program for kids? It's an exciting venture, but maybe you're feeling a little lost, wondering, where do I even begin? Well, you're in the right place. I've been there, and I am going to share the 5 essential tips that helped me launch my own successful program. Stick around, because these are game changers. First things first, tip number 1, dare to be different. Take a look around your town. What are other language schools offering? If everyone's doing the same old thing, you'll just be one more voice in a crowded room, constantly competing for the same students. You need to stand out. Be unique. When I started, I knew I didn't want to rely on traditional textbooks and school-like methods. My passion is drama, so I decided to teach English through drama. It was a completely fresh approach in my area, and it immediately set me apart. Think about what you love. Is it music, art, cooking, science? Weave your passion into your language teaching. Whether it's Spanish through song or French for future chefs, your unique twist is your greatest asset. It's what makes your program special and memorable. Now for tip number 2, and this one is crucial for your budget. Think smart about your space. The immediate thought might be to rent a dedicated classroom, signing a year-long lease. But hold on! This can be incredibly expensive, especially when you consider that the room will sit empty for most of the day while your potential students are in school. A much more cost-effective strategy is to rent by the hour. Look for community centers, co-working spaces, or even other businesses that have rooms available during your after-school time slot. Hiring a space hourly instead of yearly will save you a massive amount of money when you are just starting out, freeing up capital for other essential parts of your business. It's all about being lean and efficient in the beginning. All right, let's talk about getting those first students. This brings me to tip number 3, forget expensive marketing and embrace the power of free. When you have 0 students, pouring money into paid ads or a fancy website is like shouting into the void. A pretty website doesn't automatically mean students will come knocking. Instead, start with what you have, your personal network. Create a contact list of all your friends, family, and acquaintances who have children in your target age range. Then, reach out to them personally. Say something like, "Hey, I'm launching a new, fun after-school language program, and I'm offering a completely free trial lesson next Saturday. Would your child be interested in coming along to see what it's all about?" This approach is incredibly powerful for a few reasons. First, people trust a personal recommendation. Second, a free lesson removes any risk for the parents. They get to see you in action, and the kids get to experience your unique teaching style. And here's the magic: when they have a fantastic time, and they will, those parents become your most passionate advocates. They'll start talking. They'll tell their friends, who will tell their friends. Word-of-mouth marketing is the most effective and authentic promotion you can get. You'll be amazed at how quickly your classes start to fill up, all from that one simple, free lesson. So, save your money, leverage your contacts, and let the positive experiences do the promoting for you. Moving on to tip number 4, and this one is all about mindset. Do not listen to the negativity. When you have a brilliant, passionate idea for your program, you're going to be excited. But inevitably, you might encounter people, friends, family, colleagues who will cast doubt on your vision. They'll say, "Oh, that'll never work," or "Are you sure people will want that?" Their negativity can be draining and discouraging. You have to learn to filter it out. For example, when I started my school, I had this idea to create a drama and English course for parents and children to do together. The response? "You're crazy. Parents don't want to do classes with their kids. They're too busy." But my gut told me it was a good idea. I believed in it, so I decided to try it anyway. And you know what happened? Within a few months, the course became so popular that I had a growing waiting list. So, if you have an idea that you are truly enthusiastic and passionate about, trust your instincts. Go with your heart. Don't let the noise of other people's doubts drown out your own vision. And finally, tip number 5, a piece of wisdom that will save you a lot of stress. Your course is not for everyone, and that is perfectly okay. It's a natural instinct to want to create something that appeals to everybody. We think that if we can just accommodate everyone's tastes, we'll be more successful. But in reality, trying to be everything to everyone often means you end up being nothing special to anyone. The truth is, your unique, different, passion-fueled program, the one we talked about in tip 1, is not going to be every family's cup of tea. And that's fine. It's impossible to please the entire world. Instead of trying to cater to the masses, focus on the small segment of people who will absolutely love what you do. These are your people. These are the students and parents who will be passionate about your method, who will rave about your classes, and who will stay with you for the long haul. Focus on serving that niche audience brilliantly. When you do that, you build a strong, loyal community around your program. That is the true key to sustainable success. So, there you have it, my 5 essential tips for starting your own kids' language course. To recap: 1. Be unique and different. 2. Rent your space by the hour, not the year. 3. Use free lessons and word of mouth, not paid ads. 4. Ignore the negativity and trust your gut. And 5. Accept that your course isn't for everyone, and focus on those it is for. I truly believe that if you follow these steps, you'll be well on your way to building the after-school program of your dreams. Are you thinking about starting your own program? What's your unique idea? I would absolutely love to hear about it. Let me know in the comments below. And if you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more tips and ideas. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
On a night in early May 2025, millions of users woke up to a strange sight. Duolingo, the ubiquitous green owl, had vanished from social media. All its posts on TikTok and Instagram were gone, replaced by a mysterious status, "Gone for now," accompanied by a withered flower. This app, once celebrated as a global education phenomenon with over 40 million daily learners, suddenly went dark. It had promised free education for everyone, everywhere, pulling in hundreds of millions in revenue. But overnight, that promise felt broken. Users felt betrayed. The company was firing real people to elevate AI, turning lessons into soulless, cold products. How did a global language learning app become a symbol of greed? Why was Duolingo being cancelled by its own community? And most importantly, was this collapse an accident, or was it a strategy calculated down to the very last click? The story I am about to tell will make you question everything you believe about so-called digital education. To understand this, you need to know something interesting about Luis von Ahn, the man behind Duolingo. Before creating this app, he invented CAPTCHA, that tool that makes you type distorted words or select traffic lights to prove you are not a robot. But CAPTCHA wasn't just about security. Every time you correctly identified a word or an image, you were unknowingly helping AI learn to read and see. In essence, millions of people were working for free for Google, and they had no idea. Luis brought the same mindset to Duolingo. In its early days, the app had learners translate real sentences from the internet. Users thought they were practicing a new language, but they were actually translating real documents for businesses. A genius idea, but also ethically murky. You were learning for free, but you were paying with your labor. As Duolingo grew, this dream of free education shifted. They no longer needed your translations. They needed your time and your data. Every mistake you made, every second you spent in the app, was recorded and analyzed to design more addictive and engaging lessons. Duolingo wasn't just teaching you a language. It was figuring out how to keep you hooked, how to make you watch ads, pay for premium subscriptions, and ultimately, make its AI smarter. That dream of free learning turned out to be a cold, delicate economic calculation. Have you ever wondered why the green owl is so ridiculously successful? While traditional education can feel intimidating, Duolingo makes learning feel addictive, almost like a game. It's the TikTok of language learning. Luis von Ahn himself has said that Duolingo turned the dry act of studying into an exciting game, like Candy Crush. Every lesson is a mission, every correct answer a reward. And that streak, that daily login to keep the chain going. It's a behavioral machine designed to hold your attention for as long as possible. Duolingo gets you addicted not necessarily to learning, but to the feeling of learning and making progress, even when you aren't retaining much. It built a whole social system around this. Leagues, leaderboards, XP points, and achievement badges. Every time you answer wrong, you lose a heart. Every time you miss a few days, you get a notification that drips with guilt. "I'm so disappointed in you," or "You made Duo sad." It stops being a friendly reminder and becomes a psychological trick. Duolingo doesn't just teach you a language. It teaches you to feel guilty if you don't use the app. And that guilt is what keeps you coming back. The green owl, once a cute mascot, slowly morphed into a horror meme online, a stalker that threatens and punishes lazy learners. But you can't deny its effectiveness. Millions of people log in every morning just to not make the owl sad. But here's the trick. Duolingo isn't selling knowledge. It's selling the illusion of progress. A 365-day streak doesn't prove you can speak another language. It just proves you've opened an app for 365 consecutive days. It's like buying a gym membership, then only going to the locker room to take selfies. Duolingo convinces you that you're learning when you're really just playing a game, free for everyone, everywhere. That was the beautiful slogan that Duolingo embedded in the hearts of millions. But nothing is ever truly free. Once the educational dream became a massive business, it had to find ways to make a profit. In 2015, Duolingo began unlocking new ways to monetize. First, more ads appeared mid-lesson. Then came the premium package, Duolingo Plus, then Super Duolingo, then Duolingo Max. The price crept up from $10 to nearly $30 a month. With each name change, they pulled more features out of the free version and put them behind a paywall. Users slowly realized free just meant free to enter our paid ecosystem. You used to be able to review your mistakes or practice old lessons freely. Now, everything has a price. Want detailed corrections? Upgrade. Want to practice without limits? Upgrade. Want to save your streak? That'll be a few dollars, please. Duolingo was no longer a classroom. It was a pay-to-learn game. But the real tipping point came in 2025. In April of that year, CEO Luis von Ahn sent out an internal email that read, "From today, Duolingo officially becomes an AI-first company." This single sentence, meant to signal a strategic leap, kicked off the brand's biggest nightmare. Immediately after the announcement, about 10% of the company's contractors were laid off. Most of them were the language experts, translators, and content editors, the very people who gave the app its soul. They were replaced by AI, all in the name of efficiency. Just weeks later, users around the world started noticing errors everywhere. Nonsensical translations, grammatically incorrect sentences, and a general loss of the human touch that once made the app charming. The backlash was immediate and viral. An app delete movement swept social media. The hashtag #RipDuo trended as users posted screenshots of their 1,000-day streaks coming to an end. For many, this was the day the green owl died. The lovable mascot had become a victim of technological greed. Facing a tidal wave of criticism, Duolingo deleted all content from its TikTok and Instagram, leaving only that cryptic "gone for now" message. This just added fuel to the fire. The community exploded with memes. "The owl is dead" became a rallying cry. Videos of memorials, said toasts, and even animations of the green owl being run over by a Cybertruck became symbols of contempt for a once beloved brand. To make matters worse, Duolingo shut down its community forums, a place where learners used to help each other, correct mistakes, and share experiences. It was replaced with a cold, often incorrect AI chatbot. A platform that once prided itself on its global community now had only one voice, the voice of a computer and a calculator. And that's when people truly realized Duolingo was never free. We were just paying for it in a different way, not just with money, but with our data, our time, and ultimately, our trust. Luis von Ahn eventually had to appear in a public video. "I know you guys are mad," he said. "I want to fix this," but nobody believed him anymore. Because while he was apologizing, Duolingo was reporting a 40% increase in revenue. Active users were up 50%, and the company's stock price hit a record high. So why this paradox? Why was Duolingo thriving financially while being canceled by its users? I looked into it, and there are a few key reasons. First, AI drastically cut content production costs. By replacing thousands of human translators with a language model, Duolingo saved millions. Even though lesson quality dropped, costs dropped even faster, leading to higher profits. Second, the novelty of AI was a huge draw. The Duolingo Max tier, with features like Explain My Answer and AI-powered roleplay, cost $30 a month. Despite the backlash, millions were curious enough to sign up for an AI tutor. Third is the strange effect of online outrage. When Duo is dead trended on TikTok, thousands of videos complaining about the app paradoxically made the name Duolingo flood everyone's feeds. The result? A surge in brand awareness and, you guessed it, more revenue. Just like with any big scandal, the more you're talked about, the more relevant you become. Finally, the financial market doesn't care about morals. To investors, AI first signaled a bright, profitable future. They didn't care if the owl was loved or hated. They saw an education company transforming into a tech company, a sector valued in the trillions. In other words, Duolingo was losing in the hearts of its students but winning big on the stock market. The company may have lost its soul, but it reached a new financial peak. We live in a strange world where everything seems free, but the most expensive currency is your attention. Duolingo isn't an isolated case. It's a mirror reflecting the entire digital education industry, where every learning app is designed to make you click one more time, stay one more minute, even if you're not actually making progress. What was once education has been gamified. The goal is no longer understanding. It's maintaining engagement. When human feeling is replaced by algorithms, knowledge itself becomes just another commodity. The most important lesson Duolingo teaches us isn't English or Spanish. It's how to become addicted to notifications. Looking at the bigger picture, Duolingo's fall from grace isn't just the end of a brand's reputation. When learning is turned into a game, when teachers are replaced by AI, and when progress is measured by a daily streak, we have to ask ourselves, did Duolingo collapse because of a flawed strategy, or did it collapse because we allow technology to redefine what it means to learn? Please leave your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives like this one.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my lecture series, broadcast right here every Saturday at 7 p.m. Have you ever felt the complete opposite? I mean, that feeling of not being positive about yourself at all. Why don't I love myself? Why am I never satisfied? Why do I feel like something's missing, but I can't figure out what it is? And let me tell you, this feeling has nothing to do with your position or your level of success. So, does this dissatisfaction with yourself happen often? For many people, it's quite serious. I'm bringing this up because I encountered a case just a few days ago. Some friends of mine, on the surface, seem to have it all. They look perfectly fine, but when you get them to open up, when they start talking and really trust you, oh, the stories that come out, it creates this very human atmosphere, and in that space you realize, my friend is dealing with this, and another is dealing with that. Ultimately, I see that they're not satisfied with themselves. After a lot of research, observation, and conversations, I believe I've found a significant cause. Of course, this problem has many sources, but there's one major one that seems to be closely tied to the life you're living. One common trait I see in people who are unhappy with themselves is that they lack a sense of proactive skills. Sounds strange, right? What does it mean to use myself proactively, especially when these people are hardworking and constantly busy? It's not about being lazy. For those who've been following me, this will be easy to grasp because I'll use myself as the example. I personally dislike reading from a script. I love to just talk and lead the conversation. Every video, every audio I create, I just sit down and talk. Even now, when I listen to interviews or podcasts, I prefer hearing people talk naturally rather than reading. That's why I love audiobooks read by the author. So why do I like to just sit and talk? It would be much easier to rely on a piece of paper or a file, something to lean on. But I noticed, at least in my experience, that relying on myself actively works wonders. And because of that, every single minute I spend recording, I feel genuinely happy. The information has a backbone, of course, but the delivery is exclusive to that moment. If I were to record this again, it would come out as a different version, never exactly the same. That leaves room for excitement, for creativity, for using myself in the moment without relying on anything else. Whatever I can rely on myself for, I do miss has a special effect. I don't lose my passion, and I don't fall into a rut. The habit never gets old or broken. That's why I feel happy and satisfied with myself. Now, I have nothing against people who read from scripts. What works for me isn't a rule for everyone, and I hope you understand that. I'm just sharing what makes me feel happier. For example, if I knew I had to come in and read a prepared script every week, even with different content, the basic action of holding up a paper and reading would be the same. Week after week, it would feel very similar. That activity of reading from a script is an old one based on a tool, not on me. One day, holding that paper, I wouldn't feel excited or happy anymore. This highlights something crucial. If you use yourself too little and rely too much on external tools, things might be easy at first. You lose that fire, or if you have it, I'm not sure how strong it would be. At least, it's burning. But I sometimes imagine having to hold a paper to read for my show, and I'm afraid my fire wouldn't be as bright as it is when I just talk. As I speak, I have to think and pull from everything I have. And I love it. The first time I finished a whole episode talking non-stop for 30, even 45 minutes. I looked at myself and felt amazing. I was so happy, and I still love that feeling. It never gets old. For me, using myself is always interesting. When I started, it was messy, but now, if you can learn to use yourself proactively instead of depending on a tool, try it. Take reading, for example. There are many ways to do it. Some just read, some highlight, some take notes. I've tried them all, but I found one method that makes me love what I'm reading and love myself during and after the process. That is, I try to use my short-term memory while reading. I don't rely on paper, highlighters, or anything else, just my memory. What does this mean? I repeat the core ideas in my head. We're reading for quality, not for KPIs. I'm always trying to think, what am I reading? After I finish a section, I'll cover the page and ask myself, what did I just read? At first, you might struggle to remember, but if you keep doing this, your brain starts making connections. Wonderful thoughts will start running, and you'll find yourself thinking faster and improving your memory. The more you do this, the more the book truly enters your mind. It becomes smooth and easy. You start to feel what a true reader feels when the words just flow and absorb. Imagine that feeling knowing you're reading and truly understanding it. I'm bored, or this book is too thick. Wherever you read, you absorb and feel it, and it's always fresh. I understand this method might be a bit hard and slow at first. But believe me, try to use your own initiative. Try to see if you can handle it without tools. Rely on yourself. That's one of the ways to make things feel new every time. And when it's always fresh, how can you be bored? You'll love it. Does reading a book feel like a huge challenge? Many people find it incredibly difficult to finish one. So, what do? Your head isn't doing much work. You're just receiving information, not processing it. When you actively put yourself into the process, your brain has to work to process the information. It's like loading files into a computer without ever opening them. That's why so many people don't enjoy reading and even give up on it. There's nothing else that's as dense, beautiful, and cheap as a book. A 500-page book would translate into a dozen movie episodes. A 45-minute film might only cover a few pages. Not to mention, some topics, like health, are much easier to grasp thoroughly from a book than from a documentary. The book is the most convenient way to learn. Why does processing make it so enjoyable? Think of it like a delicious meal. The enjoyment comes from the moment you chew it. Imagine a piece of steak. The flavor is released when you chew and your tongue interacts with it. Now, what if I told you to just swallow it whole? It wouldn't be delicious, would it? Learning is similar. Your head needs to do some processing work to really feel and enjoy the activity. So, in conclusion, while not everything you do can be tailored, this way sometimes work demands speed and deadlines. You can't let your whole life become a routine. Find 1 or 2 things you do regularly and inject your personal initiative into them. Use yourself actively. You'll experience that exact feeling of happiness I've been talking about. I truly hope you'll find a wonderful feeling of self-love. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content. See you next time. What if I told you that just over that tree line is one of the most mysterious communities in America? You've probably heard of the Amish, but what about the Mennonites? This community lives as if they're stuck in the 1800s. They don't believe in high school or college, live completely off their land, and have banned the internet. So, what would happen if I tried to spend 24 hours living just like them? I'm heading to northern Wisconsin to find out. My journey starts on a Sunday morning. The Mennonites take church very seriously. I shake a few hands, and it's clear I'm an outsider. They're all wondering what I'm doing here. But the minister, Joel, graciously invites me to join their mass. The first thing you notice is that men and women are separated. It's one of the many ways they organize their society and define their roles, based on their strict interpretation of the Bible. The choir's singing was beautiful, and it was a powerful, different kind of experience. After Mass, Joel gives me a tour of the only school in the community, which stops after 8th grade. He explains, we don't generally do college. There's a lot of downsides. Especially if you're interested in serving the Lord and living out the Bible. The Mennonites trace their roots back to the Protestant Reformation in Europe. They followed a man named Menno Simons, who disagreed with other reformers on issues like infant baptism. Facing persecution, they fled to America and formed these tight-knit communities to preserve their beliefs and way of life. Then something amazing happened. A family invited me into their home for lunch. The first thing you notice inside is the sheer number of shoes and toothbrushes, a clear sign of a big family. And when I say big, I mean it. My host's parents have 15 children and 135 grandchildren. That's right, 135. I asked him if he knew all his first cousins' names. He said, "Not quite, but close." It's incredible. The house is bustling with life, with kids and family everywhere. At one point, they had 40 people sleeping over in one night. I also got a peek into their pantry. The shelves were packed with canned goods. His wife cans and freezes enough food to last their family the entire year. It's an immense amount of work, but it shows just how self-sufficient they are. Before we eat, we all join hands for prayer. The meal is delicious home-cooked chicken, fresh vegetables, all made from scratch. It feels a little strange sitting at their table, for them and for me, but they are incredibly kind and eager to teach me about their faith. They tell me about their courtship practices: no casual dating, no physical touch before marriage. Courtship is a serious period of about a year, where a couple discusses their goals and ideals to see if their union is God's will. Marriage is for life, one man and one woman. They also speak about the battle against the flesh, the constant struggle against temptations like selfishness and greed. They have a zero-tolerance policy for things like pornography. If someone won't give it up, they are removed from the community. It's a strict but clear moral code. After lunch, the kids show me the slaughterhouse. It's deer hunting season for youths 15 and under. Last year, they processed 750 deer here. The kids start working at a young age, learning practical skills. They enjoy working more than sitting around, and it shows. The amount of butchered and packaged meat is staggering, but to them, it's just another day's work. It's pretty incredible to see. As the sun begins to set, I reconnect with Joel for a tour of the town. We drive past small family businesses and farms. I ask him if he knows what YouTube is. He's heard the name but isn't familiar with it. When I explain, he says, if there'd be a good way to filter out all the content that wrecks your mind, it would be useful. They don't have smartphones, just flip phones, and they try to avoid watching TV in public. They see most pop culture as just a waste of time, and honestly, I can see their point. There's a certain peace in their disconnection. Their life is simple but full. Huge families provide companionship, and there are always animals to care for. We visit a massive chicken house and walk through beautiful apple orchards where kids are picking fresh fruit. They are innovators, resourceful business people, and deeply committed to their community. When a church gets full, they don't just build a bigger one. They plant a new church in an area that needs one, spreading their faith. We end the day at a dairy farm, which feels right since we're in America's dairyland. I even got to ride in a massive tractor for the first time. The tire was taller than me. Being out in the fields with these calm, quiet people is surreal. No internet, no movies, just a humble life centered on faith and family. I asked one young man what it means to be a Mennonite. He told me he was raised in the faith, but is also a Mennonite by choice, committed to living by the Bible's teachings. Their ultimate goal, as Joel explained, is for people to see beyond their quaint lifestyle and see Jesus. They base their lives on the Bible's principles. That's why they avoid things like college, their risk of being pulled away from their spiritual support system for years is worth the potential career benefits. Prayer isn't a scheduled event. It's a constant attitude of worship throughout the day, trying to keep their minds filled with good things. Whatever you may think about the Mennonites, their commitment to their faith is truly honorable, and I'm so grateful for their kindness. Personally, I find their views on college and marriage a bit extreme, but who am I to judge? I hope you learned something new about this hidden American culture. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next week. So, what do you guys think of my day? I had a really nice time going to the free concert. I also realized that I didn't film much of the actual concert because I was really just enjoying the moment, being in the moment, present. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty chill day, and it's nice that the weather cooperated as well, and I hope you enjoyed coming along with me. I think it's interesting to see how I live my life here in Thailand, and also the prices and how I managed my money here. And please let me know in the comments if you're really interested in seeing the breakdown of how much I spend monthly, because I am quite happy to share how I manage my finances. I know everyone's situation is different. Some people are frugal, some people aren't. But yeah, maybe I can share a little bit more about that. Okay, so I'm gonna start off by sharing what I spend daily. So, for instance, I walk everywhere. I don't call cars or motorbikes or Grab, so I just walk or take the public transport. So my daily spending is usually between 300 to 500 Thai baht. That would include like Grab if I needed to call one, sometimes food. And just like any miscellaneous items that I need throughout the day. So that would be like 300 to 500 Thai baht. And then for my bills. So I pay for my rent. I do have my own condo. I'm not living with anyone. So I pay for my own rent, my own water, my own internet, my own electricity. So it would be like 819 Thai baht that I'm paying daily for those bills. And then for the other expenses like mobile phone plans, insurance, gym, it depends on how you want to split it up. I'll leave that up to you, but for me, I like to put it into different categories. So some of these expenses happen once a month, some happens once a year. So for those ones, I'm just going to categorize it separately. Okay, so first of all is rent. So I pay 19,000 baht for a month. So that would be 633 baht a day. So I found my place through a Facebook marketplace. I was looking for a studio or one bedroom, and I found mine for 19,000 baht. So in terms of location, it's in Sukhumvit. So this is a major road here in Bangkok. So there's like a BTS station and everything is accessible. Like a lot of main roads here are really connected with BTS or MRT stations, so it makes it really easy to travel around. In terms of the condition of the condo, it's relatively new, so I think it's 5 years, 6 years old. It was renovated before I moved in, so everything was still new. New appliances and just the overall look of the condo itself. The building, the interior design is quite modern. It's pretty functional for me to be staying in. And in terms of the size, I would say it's pretty standard. So it's around 25 square meters. If you have been following me for a while, you might know that I used to rent in another part of Bangkok in a very different style of housing. So instead of a condo, I used to rent a room in a shared house. And it was totally different experience from renting a condo, obviously, because the space is much smaller and the amenities that you get would be completely different. You'd be living with roommates and you wouldn't have like all the privacy that you get when you in a condo. So I think that both of them have its pros and cons, depending on your preference. So for me personally, I chose to move into a condo because I wanted to have the space and privacy to create content. Like I found that in the shared houses, it's not always conducive to creating content because you have roommates. So you might have to like avoid certain times of the day to be filming or making noises, or else you might disturb your roommates. So it just depends on your situation. The next bill that I pay is electricity. So I've been staying here for 2 years, and the average amount that I pay for electricity would depend on the season as well. So during the hot season, it's blazing hot here. So I will have my aircon on almost the entire day, whereas during the rainy season, I wouldn't really turn on my aircon. But generally, on average, for the past 2 years, I would say I spend about 700 to 900 Thai baht for electricity. And I thought this is quite low. So I asked my landlord and she said that if you're staying alone, this is a pretty standard amount that you would pay. But if you're cooking at home, it would definitely be higher than this. So to give you a perspective, I don't really cook at home. Like I'll cook like very simple meals like noodles, but I wouldn't make a lot of home-cooked meals. So I think if you're doing that, definitely expect your electricity bill to be a little bit higher. And then we have water. So I noticed that for the past 2 years, I haven't really gone over 80 Thai baht for water. So for me, the amount of showers that I take, I would say I shower once a day, sometimes twice. But yeah, so I wouldn't say that I shower like crazy amounts. So yeah, so I think if you're staying alone, this is a standard amount. But of course, if you have guests and people visiting and staying at your place, then it would be a little bit more. For my internet, I'm actually quite lucky because when I first moved into my condo, I signed up for a 120 baht per month internet plan, and it's been 2 years, but it hasn't gone up. So I know for sure that it's above average. So this is for baht a day. Next up is my mobile phone plan. So I'm actually using a local SIM card. It's a ICE 5G, and I'm on this introductory package, I think. So I only pay 120 baht for a month, which is really good. I think outside of that, the average SIM card here would be about 300 Thai baht for a month. And you can also get special deals if you sign up through Shopee. That's something that you can also do. So if you're moving to Thailand, definitely look up the SIM card promotions. So there's a few different networks. There's ICE, there's Datak and True. I think all three offer very similar services and packages. So the reason why I chose ICE is because when I signed up, I saw that they had the best coverage in the areas where I was staying. But yeah, just ask your friends who's living in Thailand, ask them which network they're using and get recommendations that way. Then we have my local Thai health insurance. So I paid this in one go. It's 10,760 Thai baht, and this is valid for 10 years. So I paid this one time and I'm covered for 10 years. For my gym, I'm actually paying 14,700 Thai baht, but that's for 4 months. So if you're annualizing that, it'll be 46,800 Thai baht. So I'm actually on a promotional price. So the regular price would be higher. I think it would be 16,500 baht for 4 months. So yeah, so that would be higher. And this is one of my higher expenses. I would say I do it because I like to go to group classes. So yoga, spin, pump. These classes are 100 baht per class. So it adds up. If you're thinking of getting a gym membership, ILL highly recommend that you get one that offers group classes because it keeps you accountable and it keeps you motivated to go to the gym more frequently. Overall, I think I'm pretty satisfied with the amount that I'm spending. I feel like I'm keeping a reasonable amount for savings. I'm spending moderately on my experiences here, and I think it's a good balance. Let me know if you want to see more of my finances and how I manage that. I'm happy to share.
As of August 2024, the US government has spent $6.66 trillion this fiscal year. That's a lot of money. But what does it mean for the government to spend money? And how do we know how much the government is spending? In this video, we'll answer these questions and take a look at where the government gets its money and how it spends it. To be clear, by the government, we mean the federal government, which is made up of the executive branch headed by the president, the legislative branch, which is Congress, and the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court and lower courts. The federal government is responsible for creating and enforcing laws that apply to everyone who lives in the United States. Spending is a way for the government to fulfill its responsibilities to the American people. Think about the last time you bought something. You probably paid for it with money that you earned by working. The government does the same thing, but on a larger scale. Instead of earning money by working, the government earns money by collecting taxes from individuals and businesses. It can also earn money by selling bonds to investors. The money that the government spends comes from these sources. Now let's get back to the number in this video's title. As of August 2024, the the federal government had spent $6.66 trillion this fiscal year. That might sound like a lot, and it is, but it's not unusual. The government spends roughly $6 trillion each year. This includes money spent on Social Security and Medicare, on salaries for government employees, on building and maintaining roads and bridges, and on all the other things the government does to carry out its responsibilities. If you want to know more about where this spending comes from, check out our video on how the government gets its money. But for now, let's focus on what the government does with its money once it's collected it. Each year, the President and Congress decide how much money to spend on different things. They also decide how to collect the money. For example, they might decide to raise taxes or to borrow money by selling bonds. Then the government keeps track of how much money it's spent throughout the year. We know that the government spent a lot of money this year because it has already paid out more than it took in during this fiscal year, which began in October 2024. However, we won't know the exact amount until September, when the fiscal year ends. You can find more detailed information about federal spending on the US Treasury's website. There you can learn how much the government spends on different things and where that money goes. For example, you can see how much the government spends on defense, on education, and on a wide range of other things. By understanding where the government spends its money, you can better understand how it carries out its responsibilities to the American people. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. Also be sure to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss any of our videos. Thank you for watching.
Once upon a time, I met a very interesting trader. I heard that he had doubled his money in just a few months, and I wanted to learn his secret. After communicating with him for a while, I discovered that his approach was quite different from mine. He traded according to indicators. I analyzed a few of his trades and realized that the entry point was usually quite good. He entered and exited at key positions, resulting in nearly 90% of his trades being profitable. At first glance, it seemed like he had found a magic formula. However, after a deeper conversation, I learned an important lesson from his story. You have to know when the market is easy and when it is difficult. The easy market is when the trend is strong. All the analysis is clear. You just need to follow the rules to win. The difficult market is when it is sideways. Confusion or strong news does not follow any logic. In these stages, the smartest thing is not trying to win but reducing the volume, limiting the trade, or even standing outside the observation. I once chose not to trade for 2 weeks because the market was sideways. Many people think I missed the opportunity, but in fact, it was thanks to that patience that I kept the capital to wait for a bigger opportunity. I want you to understand that in trading, not trading is also a type of trading. It is a brilliant choice when you know the market is not favorable. Don't think that you have to have orders all the time to be a trader. Sometimes waiting is the best skill. I will summarize this part with 3 lessons that you need to remember to earn money in trading. 1. The easy market is when the trend is clear, but it will not last forever. 2. The difficult market, especially sideways, is the stage that makes you lose the most profit if you don't control. 3. Sometimes choosing not to trade is the smartest decision to save capital and wait for a better opportunity. 5. Break the cycle of winning, excitement, losing, fear. In my trading process, there is one thing that I have realized after many falls, that most of us are trapped in a never-ending cycle. It starts with a winning order. You are excited. It feels like the market is in your hands. That excitement pushes you to increase the volume, ignore the principle of capital management, even open more orders at a time. But as soon as the market changes direction, all the fun is gone, replaced by heavy losses when the account goes down. The fear rises, you withdraw cheaper, do and dare to order, or just came in early because you are afraid to lose more, and then when you miss the opportunity, you regret it. Blame yourself. Create a cycle of mind reversal. I remember once I put a $500 $2,000 account in just a few weeks. I thought I had found the secret, that I just had to do it right and it would be successful forever. But then the excitement made me blind. I increased the lot many times thinking that just one more order and the account would go up. The result was that only after a week the money in the account was less than $300. That shock made me sit in front of the screen, not believing what had happened. The feeling of falling from the top to the bottom is one of the most overwhelming experiences in this job. The legendary architect Jesse Livermore said that the biggest enemy of traders is not the market, but their emotions. He had earned and lost millions of dollars many times in his career just because he couldn't get out of this mind reversal. His philosophy emphasized that the market always exists, there are always opportunities, but if you can't control yourself, you will always make the same mistakes. I met many friends in the trading community who experienced the same thing. They were happy to show their double-digit account. I realized that trading is like a psychological game. Every time you win, you lose. Every time you lose, you fear. If you don't recognize this saying is deeply engraved in my mind because it has been true to myself for many years. I realized that winning, excitement, losing, fear not only makes you lose money, but also your spirit, makes you lose faith in yourself. Many traders after such failures have given up, thinking that trading is just a game, but the problem is not in the market, but in the fact that they haven't gotten out of that mind circle. So how to get out? For me, the answer is discipline and system. I started writing a transaction diary. I wrote down each order, each emotion, each mistake. That way, I could see when I was too excited, when I was afraid of losing money. I also established strict rules. For example, one day not to open too many orders, 1 week not to risk more than 10% of the account. These rules are like a protective shield to help me not to go too deep into the emotional loop. I will summarize this part with 3 lessons that you need to remember to earn money in trading. First, the mind circle, winning, excitement, losing, fear are the common enemies of all traders. If you don't recognize them, you will always be stuck. Second, the excitement after winning is the fuel for big failures. So you have to keep the rules even when you are winning. Third, the only way to get out of the mind circle is to build a system and a transaction discipline, not to let your emotions lead you, but to let the rules control you. 6. Emotional management and self-control. When I realized that the mind circle is the main reason for me to lose money, I realized that trading is not just about reading notes or getting information, but more than that, it's about self-management. One of the biggest changes I made was to write a transaction diary. I wrote down every order, not only the input, output, but also the emotion when I pressed the button. Once I wrote this order down because I saw the price was running high, but I didn't want to miss it. Just one sentence like that made me realize that I was being emotionally controlled. The more I wrote, the more I realized my own behavior pattern and how to fix it. I also applied simple psychological techniques such as taking deep breaths. Before each order, I took a long breath, hold it for a few seconds, then slowly breathe out to calm my mind. Many times, just by taking a few breaths, I prevented myself from making hasty decisions. I also use the 5-second rule. When I want to enter an order, I will count 5 seconds to think. If after 5 seconds, my mind still agrees, then I press the button. It sounds simple, but these small habits make a big difference. In terms of financial management, I gradually realized that it not only protects my account, but also my mental health. When I put a risk on each small order, for example, if I lose 1-2 of my account, I won't be as stressed as before. Even if I lose a few orders in a row, I can still stay calm because I know that the total loss is still under control. This makes me more confident when I make a decision and not let my
Hey guys, hope you are doing good. So I have been looking for advices on working student jobs application during the time when I was applying to some. Now that I have landed one, I want you guys to know the process and note points of it. So first of all, a little bit about myself. I am a 24F, came to Germany for my master's in microsystems and semiconductor technology in March 2024. In home country, 1-month internship in a semi-manufacturing company where I was introduced to this world of semiconductors. I also have a 3 years of experience in quality sector in a leading consumer electronics company. My German is a Tagais TT. Now coming to the most important thing, how did I find this job? Well, basically after coming here I had some time till my classes would start, so I thought of making the best use of it by looking for a job. As soon as my classes started, I couldn't continue, so I kept my LinkedIn as perfectly as possible with job experiences and projects I worked in during the same timeline. Set up my resume, a simple layout, no extra colors and straightforward one. Not more than 2 pages. If you want to know my layout or anything more, please let me know. Wrote a generic and genuine cover letter in my own words and then checked it for grammar. I would advise you guys not to use AI to write cover letter because most of the time it's obvious as they have a weird working and writing style. But you can always use them to have a final check. Then I signed up on websites like Stepstone, Xing, Indeed and LinkedIn. I set up job alerts as well and applied to jobs immediately. Personally for me I applied for jobs with less than 20 applicants, but you can do it as you want. Every time I applied for jobs, I made sure that my resume, my study and the work description matches. And as for my cover letter, I wrote individual cover letters for each company I applied to, used the generic cover letter and added additional relevant points or projects that can make me a suitable candidate here. It actually worked very well for me. I started passively applying in May 24 but then went full on by June 24. I applied for a total of 40 jobs, both work student and voluntary internship ones. Got positive reply for 10 of them and out of that 2 rejected me because they wanted me to have at least B1 since I'm going to work in production quality. So that comes down to 7 interviews. I attended 5 of them and got selected in 4 and accepted one of them since it allowed me to work for 10 hours. I'm in 2nd semester and want to concentrate in studies. Throughout the process, I maintained a tracker for the jobs I applied to, and as for the rejections were like automated ones. Sometimes I got rejected because too many people have applied and sometimes it was because of the language and most of them were automated replies. I would always reply back to them asking if I can know why I was rejected and for that I received positive feedback for like 45% of them and it was useful as well. As for the interview, it was very easy. It was based on the job description and the resume. I applied for a role of quality and development side and I was asked technical questions on semiconductor quality and heat sinks. I always applied for jobs that was very interesting to me and I also made sure to convey how much I would like to work with them. I also got a lab tour even before I started the interview since the interviewer, though I am very much into it, which I 500% was. The interviewer would walk you through what's the organization and what you are expected to do here. I also observed that they look for students who want to work for more than 6 months, and yes, you can do the thesis as a work student as well, only if your internship isn't mandatory. If it is, then you have to do an internship and then thesis. I only negotiated for the timings and work days. Generally, I would advise you to work in office initially so that you can do home office during your exam time. I also made sure to ask them if there was anything needed to know or I should know before I start this job in case I get selected. I wanted to show them that I look forward to work here by asking this. I also sent a mail after the interview to thank them, not a mushy but straightforward one. I don't know if I missed something, but in case you have any questions for which companies to try for or generally of this process, please DM me. I know how much it helps just to have someone to talk to about something similar. Okay, so my conclusion for searching for a job is that it takes a lot of patience and time. I was very depressed when I got rejected left and right at the start, but it's very common. I won't tell you guys to get over it. I just want you to know that it's the part of the process and don't give up. You can do it. All in all, I am happy to be placed in a company where I will be able to learn a lot and grow. I'm excited to start working and contribute to the team. That's it from me for today. I hope this detailed post would help you guys in some or the other way. And please do share it with the people you think it might be useful for. If you found this video helpful, please consider subscribing and liking it. And I hope to see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So today's question is how to find a job in Germany if you only speak very basic German. The truth is that this question has many possible answers. However, I believe that there are a few key points that everyone should know, and so let's get started. The first thing you need to know is that there are plenty of jobs that you can do in Germany without being fluent in German. As a matter of fact, I did it myself when I moved here. For example, warehouse jobs, cleaning jobs, kitchen help, construction work, and many other manual jobs don't require you to be fluent in German. Of course, depending on your previous work experience, education, and other factors, you will likely qualify for other types of jobs as well. But for the sake of this video, I will focus on those entry-level jobs that don't require any special qualifications. And now let's talk about the second important point, which is where to look for these jobs. One of the most popular websites for job searching in Germany is Indeed.com. It has a user-friendly interface and a vast number of job openings. However, I personally had no luck on this website. So I will mention it, but keep in mind that it might not be the best choice. Another great website that I used when looking for a job was Stepstone. I found quite a few job offers that matched my criteria, and the website itself is easy to navigate. So I would highly recommend checking it out. Next, we have the well-known website Amazon. Here you can apply for warehouse jobs and other related positions. This is actually where I got my job. The application process took a while and involved several tests, but everything was conducted in English. Therefore, this is a great option for those who want to work for a well-known international company without speaking German. In addition to these three websites, I would also suggest visiting the local equivalent of Craigslist, which is called eBay Kleinanzeigen. You can find all sorts of job offers here, and you can often negotiate directly with the employer. Just make sure to exercise caution when meeting up with potential employers and always trust your gut feeling. Last but not least, you could also check out Facebook groups, but keep in mind that there are a lot of fake job offers and scams on Facebook. The third important thing to keep in mind is that even though you don't necessarily need to be fluent in German to do certain jobs, having basic knowledge of the language will definitely come in handy. For example, knowing how to read and write in German will allow you to fill out job applications correctly and potentially increase your chances of getting hired. Additionally, being able to communicate at least a little bit in German will help you integrate into German society and make your everyday life easier. So my recommendation is to try to learn at least some basic German before starting your job search. Luckily for you, I have an entire playlist with useful German phrases for various situations, including job interviews. So make sure to check it out. Now let's move on to the next point, which is how much German you actually need for different jobs. As I mentioned earlier, the more skilled the job is, the higher the chances that you will need to be fluent in German. On the other hand, manual labor jobs typically don't require you to be fluent in German, but having some basic knowledge will definitely be beneficial. For example, knowing how to read and write in German will help you fill out documents and forms correctly. Being able to communicate at least a little bit in German will also make it easier for you to interact with your colleagues and supervisors. Of course, the amount of German required will vary depending on the specific job and employer. Some employers may be willing to hire someone who doesn't speak any German at all, while others may require at least a basic level of proficiency. Ultimately, it is up to the employer to decide what language requirements are necessary for a particular job. Before we wrap up, I want to share a little story about my friend who found a job in Germany without speaking any German at all. She didn't use any of the methods that I mentioned earlier, but instead she simply walked into a local restaurant and asked if they were hiring. Luckily for her, they were in need of a dishwasher and were willing to hire her on the spot. So my advice is to not limit yourself to only applying online. Sometimes it can be beneficial to go out and network in person. You never know what opportunities might come your way. Alright guys, that's it for today. If you enjoyed this video, please give me a thumbs up and consider subscribing. Thank you so much for watching, and until next time, auf Wiedersehen.
Hey, welcome back. Are you learning English? Great! Let's learn English with a very interesting story. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment. Let's get started. China's story about its people is like a big up and down trip. A roller coaster. It started around 1950, soon after the country was formed. After that, more and more people were born every year. The population grew very fast. It was an explosive growth. But then, a big problem happened. From around 1958 to 1961, there was a time of not enough food across the country. This was a catastrophic famine. Millions of people were very hungry, and sadly, many died. This stopped the fast growth for a time. When the food problem was over, the country started to grow again quickly. Many babies were born. This was like a strong baby boom after the famine. The number of people in China grew very fast. By the end of the last century, the population became 2 times bigger than it was before the boom. This happened while people's lives slowly got a little better. Later, in the 1970s, leaders in China became worried. They thought having too many people growing too fast would stop the country from getting rich and modern. They asked families to have fewer children. Then, something very big changed. China started to have fewer births. Now, for the first time in many years, the total number of people is starting to go down. This is a very important change. It is a sudden and historic decline. What does this mean for China and the rest of the world? China's population is getting smaller and older very quickly. This situation is sometimes called a demographic winter. It is a big change for China's future. It is also a big change for the whole world. What will happen next because of this? This book will try to answer that central question. We will look at why the population is changing so much and what problems and changes this brings for everyone too. The one-child rule. In the 1970s, Chinese leaders started to worry. They saw the population growing very fast. They thought this fast growth would stop the country from getting richer and hurt the economy. So, in 1973, they began a plan. It was called the Later, Longer, Fewer campaign. This plan asked couples to marry later in life. It also asked them to wait longer before having a child and to have fewer children. The goal was usually no more than 2 children per family. This first plan worked a little. The average number of babies a woman had dropped. It went from about 6 babies per woman in 1970 to about 2.7 by 1980. But in 1980, the government made the rules much stricter. They started the one-child policy across the whole country. For most families, especially in cities, this meant they could only have 1 child. There were some small differences for families in the countryside. To make people follow this rule, the government used strong methods. Families who had more than 1 child could face heavy fines, which meant paying a lot of money. There were also public messages and posters everywhere. These messages, like propaganda, said that having 1 is enough was a good thing. Over the years that followed, the number of babies born each year dropped sharply. By 1990, the birth rate was close to the replacement level. This is the number of babies needed so the population stays about the same size, which is around 2.1 babies per woman. However, the birth rate continued to fall much lower. By 2015, it was below 1.5 babies per woman. Today, the average number of babies per woman is around 1.1 or even less. This is well below the replacement level. This means that each new generation of people born in China is smaller than the generation before it. This fast drop in the birth rate was a very important and big change for China. 3. An old country. After many years, a new problem appeared in families. It is called the 4-to-1 problem.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm an American who moved to New Zealand this year. So I thought I'd make a list of my favorite things about this country. Now before I get into it, I want to acknowledge that nothing is perfect. This country has its own set of problems, but these are just my personal opinions as someone who's lived in 2 countries. Alright, let's start off with 1. To people. Look, Kiwis are some of the most kind people I've met in my life. That kindness has been shown to me through little things, big things and everything in between. There's one thing I will mention though that I find super hilarious about Kiwis, and it's that you guys say I'm sorry all the time. I heard it so often at first that I thought there must be something wrong. But no. A Kiwi will say I am sorry when someone sneezes or when they hold up a line or when they pass by you. You don't even know why they're apologizing. But also, I totally get it because life here is hard. Everyone's underpaid and everyone's trying to get by. So maybe that's why people are just extra nice here. The next thing I really love about this country is that Kiwis are not in your business the way Americans are. Back home, even if I'm wearing headphones, random strangers will approach me and strike up a conversation about anything. I love meeting new people, but that shit gets exhausting after a while. Thankfully, that doesn't happen here. I could be wearing headphones, looking at my phone, staring off into space, whatever. Kiwis won't approach me unless I'm literally bleeding profusely or something. Now, if I am lost or if I can't find something, Kiwis are happy to help, which brings me to my next point. They're not just nice to you as a customer or a stranger, they're nice to each other. 2. Working in retail and the service industry myself, I see how employees are treated here and it warms my heart. Whether it's at the post office, the grocery store, my bank, people are polite to each other. Even when stuff goes wrong, people remain polite. Once, I went to collect a parcel from the post office. The lady couldn't find it. She apologized profusely, looked for another 30 seconds, then apologized again, saying she's so sorry, it must have been delivered to the wrong address. Then she said she would personally deliver it to the right address herself, and that's just one example. Now, sure, there may be exceptions, but that's just how I feel it is here. Kiwis genuinely seem to care about others, and I love that. As an introvert, I have finally found my people know. 3. The work culture. When I worked in America, I noticed many people around me only got 2 weeks of PTO a year, even doctors and lawyers and other people with high-end jobs, and that's just sad to me. But in New Zealand, people are entitled to 5 weeks of paid vacation time. Also, retail stores close relatively early here, like 6 p.m. on weekdays, 5 p.m. on Saturdays. That's it. Sunday, most places are closed. And that gives everyone a chance to actually have a life and pursue their hobbies and interests. Because if you work until 10 p.m. every night, what time are you gonna get to cook dinner or go to the gym or hang out with friends? The work-life balance here seems so much healthier. And at my job, there's rarely any forced smiles or small talk. Everyone's cool and calm, and I love it. My next favorite thing about New Zealand is the plastic bags and straws policy. My first day here, I popped into a grocery store and I was happily stunned they didn't have plastic bags. It seemed weird to me that there was just this one spot where you put your items to be checked out and it wasn't being held up by a million plastic bags. In my city back home, plastic bags were 7 cents. But honestly, even if they were free, I wouldn't take them because I've been carrying a reusable bag anywhere I go for well over a decade. A lot of Americans complain about having to pay for plastic bags. For me, I saw it as an opportunity to save the planet one less plastic bag at a time. So I really like that the government is incentivizing people to bring reusable bags. Oh, and if you forget a bag, which happens to me sometimes, there's usually a friendly employee who will give you a cardboard box to carry your items. And I love that this country cares about the environment as much I do. Okay, and how gorgeous is the nature here? Look, I was aware that New Zealand had beautiful nature, but I didn't realize just how incredible it was. I mean, watching seals frolic on an ocean cliff, having a deer at a feeding area eat food out of my hand, feeding ducks where it's allowed, at a pond, going to a zoo and having a key fearlessly graze up against my leg. Unreal. I love getting out into nature. So it's really cool to be able to do that and experience it here. Oh, and may I just say, when I stumbled across wallabies in a zoo with nitrogen monoxide fence, just out in the open, my jaw dropped. Americans could never. We are a deeply stupid people as a group and someone would harass the animals within a week and then, when they got hurt, sue the zoo. Y'all have a stronger social contract here and it's lovely. Another thing I love is the weather. As someone who's used to brutally cold winters that make me hate living, the weather here is marvelous. It's winter and I don't even need a winter coat or hat. That's it, I wore that once. I can handle a light jacket and a scarf. I visited both islands and yeah, it's cold, but it's definitely a cakewalk compared to my home city, where it's routinely negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. I love being able to go outside and be active and enjoy myself without being miserable and angry at Mother Nature. My next favorite thing is the safety. I'm from a big American city. It's terrifying. Ever since COVID, there's been such a huge increase in open drug use, crime, and scary encounters on public transit. Here, my nervous system is relaxed, and of course, the gun policy here is such a relief as someone who's been mugged at gunpoint. I know it could happen here, but the odds are exponentially lower. In America, we have a lot of mass shootings. I think about this a lot because my partner and I have been to many of the places where shootings have happened, including the movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. It's insane to me that something like that could happen, and it's a relief not to have to worry about it here. I mean, there's still crazy people everywhere. And I'm sure if you dug deep enough, you could find horrible things that have happened in New Zealand, but I feel very safe here and I love that. Another thing I love is the relaxed dress code. People here are not tryhards. When I first moved here and got invited to my first social event, I dressed up, put on a nice dress and heels and makeup. And I felt so overdressed. These days, I just chill. Which leads me to my last point, the hills. I come from a completely flat city. And let's just say my glutes look better than ever living here. I bought a bike here and let's just say my legs but are very sore after a long ride. I haven't been a child in a long time. I am an adult and I live in a house with a hill and I get winded walking up it. I guess I'm out of shape. But damn, it feels good to get some exercise without having to leave my neighborhood. So yeah, those are my favorite things about living in New Zealand so far. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Let me know down below. And I'll see you soon. Bye.
So I have spent the last few years between O and NZ, living in both, and I have plenty of friends and family in each country. So here are just my 2 cents, re some general differences between the countries. Firstly, you generally earn more money in Aussie alvei. Just how much more depends on the industry. Generally, the lower the skill, the higher the difference is. Also, super is much higher, etc. I was surprised to find people whine just as much as in NZ read the exact same shit. There are more career opportunities due to scale. A lot of hidden costs people don't think about. Sure, petrol is cheaper, but yearly car rego in Australia is roughly 10x the cost compared to NZ. Lots of toll roads. Insurance costs ... cars cost far more, etc., etc. Food costs vary a huge amount. Generally, a tiny bit cheaper in Australia. Some things are much cheaper in NZ. However, this gap used to be much wider. Australian grain-fed beef is absolutely horrible. If you are used to NZ beef, IGA do the best hot chips in the Southern Hemisphere. New Zealand, however, does vastly superior fish and chips. If you were a tourist in Australia, then public transport can be an utter nightmare looking at you Brisbane ferries. There are so many more events to go to in Australia. Skiing is so much better in New Zealand. Beer and spirits are so much more expensive in Aussie. Wine is generally a little cheaper. So many more people in Australia still smoke compared to NZ. Very few vape compared to NZ. Far more EVs in NZ. Traffic is so much worse in Aussie. The police are not as friendly in Aussie. Everything is more formal in Aussie. Much larger range of pretty much everything in Australia, retail ... Australia likes to think of itself as progressive. But if you go 2 hours outside any major city, then it makes the most conservative small town in NZ look like a progressive paradise ... You see almost zero Indigenous people in public-facing roles that are completely normal for Maori in New Zealand, e.g. police, doctors, TV presenters, politicians, etc., etc. The pace of life is so much quicker in Australia. Everything feels far more cruisy in New Zealand. An awful lot of New Zealanders who have moved to Australia seem to have the attitude of everything is shit in NZ and everything is perfect in UNO. Look, both countries are fantastic. However, again, just my observations with plenty of generalizations. Now, I am sure you have your own thoughts, and I would love to hear them. However, please be constructive and kind. There is no point in posting something that is blatantly untrue or hateful towards a certain country or group of people. My post has already painted a somewhat negative picture of Australia, and I don't need people coming in here and hammering home the stereotypes. Let's keep it kind. Anyway, hope you enjoyed and thanks for watching. In the ever-evolving world of retail, Costco stands out as a beacon of value and affordability. But how does it do it? What's Costco's secret sauce that keeps customers coming back and builds unshakable loyalty? That's what we'll uncover in today's episode of Business Secrets. Join us as we pull back the curtain and explore the strategies that make Costco the go-to destination for millions of shoppers worldwide. Before we begin, please subscribe to our channel, hit the like button and comment below. Your support helps us continue sharing valuable insights. Costco operates on a membership model, charging a fee for the privilege of shopping at its stores. At first glance, this might seem counterintuitive. After all, why would a business ask customers to pay to shop there? Well, Costco doesn't see it as paying to shop. Instead, it's about offering exclusive benefits that justify the fee. It allows them to offer low prices that are often unmatched by competitors. But how does Costco ensure that its members keep coming back? To answer that, let's examine Costco's two primary sources of revenue: membership fees and product sales. While most retailers rely heavily on product sales, Costco strategically focuses on memberships to drive its bottom line. Membership fees account for roughly 70% of Costco's operating income. This means that a significant portion of their earnings comes directly from members paying their annual fees. Imagine running a grocery store where you don't need to constantly worry about fluctuating food prices or supply chain issues, because a large chunk of your income remains consistent. That's the stability Costco enjoys thanks to its membership model. This unique revenue stream gives Costco the financial flexibility to absorb higher product costs without immediately passing them on to customers. When suppliers increase their prices, Costco can absorb the additional expense for some time, maintaining low prices for its members. For example, during the recent supply chain crisis and inflation, Costco managed to shield its customers from drastic price hikes, absorbing a substantial amount of the increased costs itself. This allowed them to maintain their reputation for providing unbeatable value, a key factor in retaining their loyalty. And it's not just about keeping prices low. By prioritizing memberships, Costco cultivates a sense of exclusivity and community among its shoppers. Members feel like they're part of a special club where they receive special benefits and value. This emotional connection helps Costco stand out from the crowd and fosters a deeper bond with its customers. Costco's commitment to exceptional customer service is a testament to the company's core values. By focusing on membership satisfaction, Costco ensures that every interaction a member has with the company reinforces their decision to stay, whether it's knowledgeable staff, clean stores, or a hassle-free return policy. Each touchpoint contributes to the overall member experience. Costco's dedication to customer service is deeply ingrained in its culture, fostering an environment where employees are empowered to go the extra mile to help customers. For instance, Costco's generous return policy allows members to return almost any item for a full refund, no questions asked. This policy not only builds trust, but also encourages members to shop with confidence, knowing that they can rely on Costco to stand behind its products. Furthermore, Costco's employees are known for their helpfulness and product expertise. Staff members are trained to be knowledgeable about the products. People say you'll know. You'll just know if you want children or not. But will I? I'm 32 and I still don't know if I want children. So I sat down with a couple of experts to try to find out. Before I began investigating this, I assumed that most women my age knew whether or not they wanted children. Turns out I was wrong. But turns out I'm not the only one who thinks this. According to research conducted by the Pew Research Center in 2019, about half of American women between the ages of 18 and 34 said they were unsure whether or not they wanted children. That's nearly 11 million American women, and I'm guessing I'm not the only one who thinks this. In fact, according to a survey conducted in 2021, about 20% of Canadian women aged 18 to 34 said they were unsure if they wanted children. But it's not just women. According to the same survey, 11% of Canadian men in that age group said they were unsure too. So what does it mean if you're unsure? Does it mean that you don't want children? Not necessarily. Or maybe it means that you're selfish, or self-absorbed, or ungrateful, or arrogant, or spoiled, or self-centered, or self-destructive, or self-involved, or self-obsessed. No, according to Dr. Anne Diegerman, author of Parenthood Clarity, a guide to discovering the joys and challenges of raising a family, being unsure is completely normal and natural. In fact, she says it's a good thing. You see, Dr. Davidman believes that many of us make the decision of whether or not to have children based on societal expectations rather than on our own personal desires. She says that we often led to believe that we should have children because it's the right thing to do, because it's what our parents or grandparents did, or because it's what we think we're supposed to do. But she says that this is the wrong way around. Dr. David Mann believes that we should make the decision of whether or not to have children based on our own personal desires, and then figure out how to meet those desires, not the other way around. She says that this is the only way to avoid regret and make the decision that is right for us. She says, when we ask ourselves the question, do I want to be a parent? We need to be honest with ourselves about our motivations and desires. If we're doing it for the right reasons, then we'll be prepared to do what it takes to make it work. If we're not, then we shouldn't. But what does it mean to have the right motivation for wanting to have children? Well, Dr. David Menz says that it means wanting to have children for the right reasons, not for the wrong ones. It means being motivated by a genuine desire to create a family and nurture a child, not by a sense of obligation or societal pressure. It means being willing to make the necessary sacrifices and commit to the journey of parenthood, not shying away from the challenges and responsibilities involved. Ultimately, Dr. David Menz says that the decision of whether or not to have children is a personal one. There is no right or wrong answer, and what is right for one person may not be right for another. The most important thing is that we are honest with ourselves about our desires and motivations, and that we choose what is right for it. Have you ever felt like your life is just slipping through your fingers? You wake up every morning without a clear direction, your days filled with meaningless tasks, and you can't help but wonder, is this all there is? If you've had these kinds of thoughts, you're not alone. Many of us have questioned whether we are wasting our precious time here on Earth. So here are 8 signs that you are wasting your life. Lack of purpose and motivation. No one, you don't have any specific goals or passion. Everything you do is half-hearted because there isn't anything that truly excites you. Number 2, you feel unfulfilled. Your days seem to blend together without any sense of accomplishment, and you often feel unhappy or uninspired. 3, you are stagnant. You are the same person you were last year, and there's no sign of personal development. You don't reflect on your mistakes or find ways to improve. Aimless activities and neglect. Number 4, you spend way too much time on your phone, social media, or watching TV and videos. You know it's not very productive, but you do it anyway and often feel guilty about it. No. 5, you procrastinate a lot. You plan and think about the future a lot, but you rarely take any steps to make those plans a reality. You just like to stay in a comfortable state. 6, you don't take care of your body. You don't exercise regularly, eat healthy, and get enough sleep. Negative mindset and behaviors. 7, you blame others for your failures instead of taking responsibility for your own actions. 8, you worry too much about what others think of you. You're afraid of being judged, so you often do things to please them instead of following your own path. Lack of growth and connection. Number 9, you settle for less. You don't really have any goals or dreams. You just go with the flow and take the easy path. You don't want to risk it all for something that may not work out. 10, you spend time with people who don't value or respect you. You know they're not good for you, but you still hang out with them anyway. 11, you live for other people. You do things to make them happy instead of focusing on what truly makes you happy. If you resonated with some of these points, know that you're not beyond redemption. Many successful individuals have been in your shoes and turned their lives around. It's never too late to start working towards a better, more fulfilling life. Remember, even small steps in the right direction can lead to big changes over time. The key is to keep moving forward and stay committed to your goals. So take some time today to reflect on where you are in life and make a conscious effort to make positive changes. You deserve to live a life that you're proud of. Don't settle for less. Keep striving and keep believing in yourself, because you have the power to create the life you want. So don't waste your time here on Earth. Make the most of it and start living a life that you're excited about. What are some ways that you will stop wasting your time? Let us know in the comments below. Hello and welcome back. So, good news for Thailand. According to the EU ASEAN Business Council, Thailand is the top destination for European companies looking to expand their business in Southeast Asia. The survey results come amid a visit to Thailand by European business leaders who are looking to strengthen ties with the Southeast Asian nation. So, what's driving these European companies to Thailand? Well, according to the EU ASEAN Business Council, it's because they see strong growth potential in the region. And this was despite the uncertainties surrounding global trade. The 10th EU-ASEAN Business Summit was recently held in Bangkok with the theme Sustainable Business, Sustainable Future. The summit brought together business leaders from both Europe and Southeast Asia to explore opportunities and challenges in the region. And at the event, the EU-ASEAN Business Council released the findings of its latest survey on European companies' perspectives on doing business in ASEAN. The survey shows that nearly 2/3 of European firms are looking to expand their operations in Southeast Asia, with Thailand being the top destination. This is followed by Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. The European business leaders said that their decision to expand to Thailand was driven by several factors, including a more open market, a strategic location, and a growing middle class. They also noted that Thailand's government has been supportive of foreign investment and has implemented policies to attract more businesses to the country. But while European companies are optimistic about the potential of Southeast Asia, they also face some challenges. Slow ASEAN integration, lack of engagement from the EU, and a preference for bilateral over regional agreements was some of the key concerns raised by the business leaders. They stressed the need for a region-to-region free trade agreement between ASEAN and the EU as a top priority. This is because an FTA will not only boost trade and investment between the two regions, but will also serve as a template for other regions to follow. Now, the 10th EU-ASEAN Business Summit was an excellent platform for European companies to connect with potential partners in Thailand and explore the opportunities that the country has to offer. With its strategic location, growing middle class, and government support for foreign investment, Thailand is well positioned to attract more European businesses in the years to come. Now, what do you think of this development? Let us know in the comments. And if you like this video, be sure to like and subscribe for more news.
Hello, everyone! It's great to be here! Hi, Paul. How are you today? I'm doing great, thank you. And you look very happy today. I am very happy. I'm excited for our topic today. Oh yes, it's a very good topic. Very important. Yes, exactly. But before we start, everyone, please remember to subscribe to our channel. Yes, and click the like button. And please share our podcast with your friends and family. It helps us a lot. It really does. Okay, so Paul, are you ready? I am ready. So, what is our topic today? Today, our topic is, tell me about yourself. Ah, a very common question. People ask this all the time. They do. In a new class, at a new job, when you meet new people. It's true. And sometimes it's hard to know what to say. Yes. So, today, we will talk about it. We will make it easy and fun. That sounds perfect. So, who starts? You or me? How about you start? Paul, tell me about yourself. Okay, my turn first. Where do I start? Let's start with the easy one. What is your name? Okay, my name's Paul. Nice to meet you. Paul? My name is Emily. Nice to meet you too, Emily. So, next question. Where are you from? Oh, good one. I am from Canada. Canada? Wow. I am from the United States. The United States. Very cool. Do you live in a big city or a small town? I live in a small town. It's quiet. What about you, Emily? I live in a big city. It's very busy, very noisy, but I love it. That's great. A small town and a big city. Very different. Yes. And do you live in a house or an apartment? I live in a house. It's a small house. It has a garden. A garden? Oh, I love gardens. I live in an apartment. Is it a big apartment? No, it's a small apartment, but it's very nice. I like it. Good. Okay, so we have a name, where you are from, and where you live. What's next? How old are you, Paul? If you want to sit, of course, it's okay. I am 28 years old. 28, okay? And you, Emily, how old are you? I am 25 years old. 25, a very good age. Thank you. I think so too. Okay, so now for a big question. I'm ready. What do? Paul? I am a teacher. A teacher, of course. You are a teacher on Mr. English channel. Yes, exactly. I am an English teacher. I love my job. That's wonderful. It's a great job. Thank you. What about you, Emily? What do? I am a student. A student? What do you study? I study art. I love to draw and paint. Wow, art. That is so cool. Do you like your studies? Yes,
Are you ready to learn how to talk about yourself in English? If you want to learn simple English step by step, you're in the right place. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to NA Love Travel, Learning English channel, where learning English is easy and fun. I'm Emily. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Hi, Paul. How are you today? I'm doing great, thank you. And you look very happy today. I am very happy. I'm excited for our topic today. Oh yes, it's a very good topic, very important. Yes, exactly. Before we start, everyone, please remember to subscribe to our channel. Yes, and click the like button. And please share our podcast with your friends and family. It helps us a lot. It really does. Okay, so Paul, are you ready? I am ready. So, what is our topic today? Today, our topic is tell me about yourself. A very common question. People ask this all the time. In a new class, at a new job, when you meet new people. Yes, when you meet new people, You might hear tell me about yourself. It's true. And sometimes it's hard to know what to say. Yes, so today, we will talk about it. We will make it easy and fun. That sounds perfect. So, who starts, you or me? How about you start, Paul? Tell me about yourself. Okay, my turn first. Where do I start? Let's start with the easy one. What is your name? Okay, my name is Paul. P-O-L. Nice to meet you, Paul. My name is Emily. Nice to meet you too, Emily. So, next question. Where are you from? Oh, good one. I am from Canada. Canada, wow. I am from the United States. The United States, very cool. Do you live in a big city or a small town? What do you want me to say? I live in a small town. I like it. It's quiet. What about you, Emily? Where do you live? I live in a big city. It's very busy, very noisy, but I love it. That's great. A small town and a big city, very different, yes. And do you live in a house or an apartment? I live in an apartment. It's a small apartment, but it's very nice. I like it. Good, okay. So now for a big question. How old are you, Paul? If you want to say, of course, it's okay. I am 28 years old. 28, okay. And you, Emily, how old are you? I am 25 years old. Wow, 25, a very good age. Thank you. I think so too. Okay, so now for another very important question. What do you do? Paul, I am a teacher. A teacher, of course. You are a teacher on Mr. English Channel. Yes, exactly. I am an English teacher. I love my job. That's wonderful. It's a great job, thank you. What about you, Emily? What do you do? I am a student. A student? What do you study? I study art. I love to draw and paint. Wow, art, that is so cool. Do you like your studies? Yes.
This is the host with your daily news update. And now we're back to our breaking news of the day. Foreign tourists who attacked a lifeguard at Nai Han Beach in Phuket have agreed to pay the man 200,000 baht in compensation. For those of you who might have missed the story, let me catch you up. It was Monday evening and the lifeguard had been warning tourists all day not to go into the water due to the strong waves. He had even posted red warning flags to tell people the beach was closed for swimming. But around 7:30 p.m., he saw a group of foreign tourists walking towards the sea, so he went over to warn them again, but they ignored him and started going into the water anyway. The lifeguard then grabbed one of the tourists to try and pull him back to shore, but when he did, another tourist ran over and punched him in the face. Although the lifeguard managed to get the first guy out of the water, the others continued attacking him, even though he tried to fight them off. Eventually, some other tourists and locals came to help. They pulled the lifeguard out of the water and took him to safety. The incident was caught on camera by another tourist, and the video has been widely shared on social media sites. So, what has happened since? We sent our team down to find out. We found the lifeguard at Nahon Beach yesterday morning. He told us he was still in a lot of pain. His left eye was black and swollen shut, and the bridge of his nose was bruised, and he was very angry about what had happened. He said it wasn't just tourists ignoring the red flags all day. It was tourists being aggressive towards him and other lifeguards every day. We asked him about the moment he was attacked, and he said he'd been watching this group of tourists all afternoon. They kept walking right up to the red flags and waving them away like they didn't exist. They kept going out to the water despite the dangerous conditions. That's when he decided to intervene. He said, I tried to grab onto this guy to pull him back to shore, but that's when the other guy came running over and punched me in the face. When I felt the pain, I instantly knew something was wrong because I could feel blood coming out of my nose. I tried to fight back against the second guy while keeping the first guy close by to stop him from going further out into the water. But then more and more guys came over, and they all started punching and kicking me. I don't remember exactly how many there were because it all happened so fast. Some people were filming and taking photos. It was really painful. I felt like I couldn't breathe because there were so many people on top of me. Eventually, some good Samaritans came over and helped me get away. When asked about the pain he was in, he said, "It hurt so much. My eyes were aching and burning. There was blood everywhere. It was awful, but I didn't care about myself. All I could think about was getting the tourists out of the water, because if they were out there, they could have drowned. I'm a lifeguard. It's my job to make sure everyone is safe." These people had clearly had too much to drink and they weren't thinking straight, but they could have killed me. They easily could have beaten me until I died. I'm worried that if they can do this to me, they could do the same thing to someone else. I worry that it will happen again. Rawai Maya, Thames, Kratadsan told us the attackers were low-quality tourists and pledged to pursue the matter seriously. He added that this kind of thing happens too often and must be stopped. So, what has happened to the tourists involved? Have they faced any consequences? Well, as of Wednesday afternoon, police in Shillong confirmed they had questioned the group. They were tourists from Kuwait, 2 men aged 30 and 31 and 2 women aged 24 and 26. They'd gone to Naihan Beach on Monday as part of a tour group. Pol Lutikol Anan Warachat, deputy chief of Shillong Police Station, told reporters after the incident they left the beach and returned to their hotel in Phuket town. Police went to the hotel to question them, and one of the Kuwaiti men agreed to pay 200,000 baht in medical expenses and damages for the injured lifeguard. At 3 p.m. today, all 4 are scheduled to return to Rawai Municipality office to formally apologize to the lifeguard and accept responsibility for their actions. Phuket Vice Governor Piche Panapong, who heads the province's tourism and sports office, said, "We want to see the apology and we will follow up on the case to ensure justice is served. If they are found guilty, they will be prosecuted. This is a lesson for other tourists. Thailand is not their own private playground, and they must follow Thai laws and respect Thai people. They should be good and kind and not cause trouble or harm to the Thai people." One of the people who helped the lifeguard that night, Mr. Boonlert Ratanawong, told us, "I'm proud of the apology and the compensation being offered. It sends a message to other tourists that they cannot behave like this in Thailand. They must show respect to our people and our country." As for the lifeguard, he told us he would accept an apology if it was given sincerely, and he was grateful for the compensation being offered. However, he still worries that this may happen again. Mayor Thames admitted Naihan wasn't the only beach where tourists have attacked lifeguards. He said lifeguards all over Phuket need better protection, but he said he couldn't promise that. So what can we expect to happen next? The 4 Kuwaitis are due to meet with officials from Rawai Municipality tomorrow. If they apologize and pay the compensation as promised, we can assume the case will be closed. However, the debate around the treatment of foreign tourists continues to rage. Many people commenting on the story on our social media pages called for the tourists to be deported and banned from entering the country. Others said that even jail time would be appropriate. Some people said this is just another example of how foreign tourists need to be taught that Thailand is not their own private playground and that they must respect Thai laws and people. Others say the lifeguard deserves better protection from the authorities and that more needs to be done to prevent these kinds of attacks from happening? What do you think should be done in this case? Let us know in the comments below. And if you'd like to stay updated on all the latest news from around the country, be sure to subscribe to our channel.
The way we speak is constantly evolving, changing with the times, changing with the trends, and no generation has had a greater impact on the English language than Gen Z. You could argue that millennials were the first generation to use the internet and social media to their advantage. But Gen Z, they were born into it. They're digital natives. They speak in a different way online, and their influence is seeping into the real world. The way we speak today is drastically different from the way our parents or grandparents spoke. And chances are the way we speak will continue to change. So here are just a few ways Gen Z and TikTok are changing the way we speak. 1. Slang. TikTok has given us some great slang words that have found their way into everyday conversations. For example, chuggy, which means outdated, or stan, which means an obsessive fan. And these words wouldn't have found mainstream popularity if it weren't for TikTok. But the slang on TikTok is often quite absurd and random. It's hard to keep up with it all. So the structure of the language is also changing. 2. Sentence structure. When texting or talking to friends, Gen Z often uses phrases like "I literally" or "I just" at the beginning of sentences. This is something that would have been frowned upon by teachers just a decade ago. In fact, it still is. But this generation doesn't care. They're tired of sounding formal. They want to sound casual. And what's more casual than texting? And they do this not only with their friends, but with strangers as well. 3. They don't care about sounding smart. This generation isn't afraid to use the wrong word or to mumble. They speak quickly and they speak off the cuff. They don't care about sounding smart or articulate. And that's led to a decline in formal language. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Language should be used to express oneself, not to impress others. But it's led to some pretty interesting conversations. 4. They're bringing back old words. Gen Z has found a lot of joy in bringing back old words that describe things we don't really have a word for in modern times. Take, for example, the word groovy. It was popular in the 60s and 70s, but now it's making a comeback thanks to TikTok. It's a word that's often used to describe something really cool. Another word that's making a comeback is whack. It's often used to describe something that's not cool. And these are just 2 examples of many. This generation is changing the way we speak, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. The English language has changed dramatically since the 1900s, and a lot of that has to do with technology and social media. And while some people might not like the way we speak today, it's important to remember that this is how every generation spoke when they were younger. So the next time someone says yeet or sus, don't get angry. Just accept it and move on. These are the types of changes that happen in every generation. It's just a part of growing up. This has been a minute. See you next time.
We've had people emailing us saying they want to get their kids off their phones. We've had schools and universities asking, how do you handle your phone and social media so that it doesn't disrupt your learning or other aspects of your life? But it got me thinking, what evidence is there for banning phones or social media? So let's have a look at the science. A lot of articles and opinion pieces come out claiming something like, teenagers should be banned from using social media because it increases their body image issues or reduces their mental health. A lot of them are poorly written, making claims without giving any references. And most of them cite one study which itself has limitations. The study I'm talking about is this one published in the Journal of Clinical Psychiatry in 2017. It found that banning teenagers from social media reduced depression and improved general well-being. Now that sounds really nice, but we need to remember that correlation is not causation. Just because two things happen together doesn't mean one causes the other. Maybe those who use social media more already have worse mental health, which is why they use it more. Or maybe those with worse mental health are more likely to be drawn to studies showing that those who quit social media feel better. The study was also not blind. That means the participants knew whether they were using social media or not. If you know you're part of the No Social Media group, you might be more motivated to report feeling better. They also didn't measure things like happiness, anxiety, or loneliness. They just asked the participants to fill out a standard questionnaire which included some questions about how depressed they felt. And even if the study was perfect, it only told us about this particular group of people at this particular time. Other groups of people in other times and circumstances may not show the same results. Another issue is that the authors of this paper used it as an opportunity to argue for banning phones. You can't draw conclusions from a study about reducing depression by taking away phones and then use that to say we should ban phones. It's like saying smoking less makes you live longer and then concluding we should ban living. But okay, what about just banning TikTok? After all, it's just a silly app where people dance and lip sync. Well, there's no evidence banning TikTok has any effect on anything. There is, however, evidence that it's good fun. Okay, but what about banning phones? We can start with the American Academy of Pediatrics policy statement on children and digital media. It says that although media has many benefits, it also comes with risks. Too much screen time can interfere with sleep, physical activity, schoolwork, and face-to-face social skills. Also true, but they don't offer any evidence for these claims, which isn't surprising because there isn't any good evidence for banning phones. A systematic review from 2021 found 5 studies that investigated the effects of banning phones from children's bedrooms. One found that a phone ban in the bedroom did not affect sleep, but increased parental conflict. 2 found that a phone ban helped children get more sleep. 1 found that children reported sleeping more and spending more time on homework, but parents said their child spent less time on homework and a little less time on leisure activities. The 5th study found that restricting teens' access to their phones led to decreased negative emotions. But that wasn't what the parents had hoped for. They had expected it to increase positive emotions. And if you read between the lines, the researchers also think it's a bit weird that kids felt less negative when they weren't allowed to play on their phones anymore. The authors of the systematic review concluded that there is insufficient evidence to support recommendations for or against restricting children as access to their phones at night. I found 3 more studies that looked at banning phones from school. One found that banning phones improved students' grades, but it didn't control for the fact that those who were more motivated to study might also be more motivated to sneak their phones into school. Another found that banning phones reduced classroom disruption and improved teachers' job satisfaction. But again, it didn't account for the fact that those who want to bring their phones to class might also be more disruptive. The 3rd study attempted to control for this by also surveying the students and teachers about their motivations for wanting or not wanting phones in class. They found that the students who wanted phones in class were more likely to agree with statements such as, "Mobile phones make my life easier," or "It's boring without a mobile phone." They also found that teachers who wanted phones banned in class were more likely to agree with statements like, "My students use their phones appropriately rarely," and "I trust my students to use their phones responsibly." However, this study was only conducted in one school, which makes it hard to generalize the results to other schools. And besides, the survey only asked teachers and students in the UK about their opinions, not about actual behavior. There's also this very old study from 2016 which investigated whether banning phones during lectures affected student performance. They took a bunch of university students' phones away before lectures and gave them back after. This is obviously a terrible idea because if you put your phone in a box for an hour, you can't check your fantasy Premier League scores, which significantly impairs your ability to pay attention. In all seriousness, though, the study actually found that students performed better when they weren't allowed to use their phones during the lecture, but that's probably because they were less distracted than otherwise. One thing I learned while researching this episode is that psychologists seem to have a particular distaste for kids playing on their phones. In a 2023 article, for example, a psychologist wrote that restricting access to screens is crucial to allow children to develop important life skills. He uses phrases like digital minimalism and digital Sabbath, but he doesn't provide any evidence for his claims. In a different article, a clinical psychologist warned that unless we recognize the destructive impact of technology, we risk losing another generation to smartphones. Again, no evidence. They just assert that phones are bad and we should ban them, but they never explain why. If you search for ban phones and social media and evidence on Google Scholar, you find loads of opinion pieces, ethical considerations, and calls to action, but nothing that provides evidence for banning phones. Even the Wikipedia page on digital well-being lists more problems that social media might cause than actual evidence-based solutions. This isn't to say that phones are great. They can be incredibly addictive, and too much screen time can be harmful to our eyes, our posture, and our relationships. But the evidence base for banning phones is extremely weak. When looking for scientific arguments to ban things, I always come across the slippery slope fallacy. That means someone will say if we allow A, then eventually we'll end up with Z, even though there's no reason to think that A will automatically lead to Z. For example, one argument you often hear is if we allow children to have phones, then they'll start posting pictures of themselves online, which will make them feel like products or walking USB sticks. And then, because they're walking USB sticks, they'll be disrupted all the time, and then they'll drop out of school and become drug addicts. Another one is that if we allow people to play computer games, they'll become violent. And if that happens, we won't be able to stop them, even if we wanted to. Or, if we allow cars, then sooner or later we'll have traffic jams and pollution. And then it'll be too late to ban them because we'll have created too many jobs and economic dependencies. The problem with these slippery slope arguments is that it's almost impossible to disprove them. You could point out that millions of people use social media without becoming walking USB sticks, or that dozens of countries have managed to ban things like drugs and weapons without reversing the invention of computers or cars. But those who believe in the slippery slope will simply say that it's anecdotal, or those bans didn't go far enough, or those countries just didn't have real problems. Personally, I think it's better to focus on teaching children and adults how to handle phones, social media, and other potentially addictive technologies instead of trying to ban them. But what do you think? Should we ban phones? Speaking of which, if you want to learn more about how to think critically and make better decisions, Brilliant is a great tool for that. Brilliant is an online learning platform with courses on a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and mathematics. Their interactive courses are made by dedicated math teachers, scientists, and engineers. They cover everything from the basics to advanced topics like quantum computing, and they're adding new courses each month. The lessons are engaging and interactive, and you can learn at your own pace.
Hey everyone! Welcome back to our channel where we learn English through stories and make learning English fun and easy. Today's story is called Two Wolves. There were two wolves living inside the body of a boy. One was dark and mean while the other was light and kind. The dark wolf represents our negative emotions like anger, jealousy, greed, arrogance, fear, and doubt. It whispers lies to us. It makes us believe that we are not enough, that others are our enemies, that life is unfair. It tries to convince us that our dreams are too big and that we should just give up. Boy's eyes widened as he listened to his grandfather. And the other wolf, the grandfather continued, is light. It is filled with love, kindness, humility, hope, compassion, and peace. This wolf lifts us up when we are down. It encourages us to love when it is easier to hate, to forgive when it is easier to resent, and to try again when it is easier to quit. The fire crackled. The boy thought for a moment and asked, "But grandfather, which wolf wins?" The old man smiled gently and said, "The one you feed." That single sentence holds the power to shape your life. The one you feed. Think about it. Every day, you make choices, small choices that seem harmless, but they are food for one of the wolves. When you choose to complain, criticize, and compare, you are feeding the dark wolf. When you choose gratitude, kindness, and courage, you are feeding the light wolf. And here's the truth. Whichever wolf you feed grows stronger. Your mindset is like a garden. If you water the weeds, the flowers die. If you water the flowers, the weeds with her. Have you noticed how some days feel heavy? As if negativity is controlling your every thought. That's because the dark wolf has been well fed with fears, doubts, gossip, procrastination. But when you choose to focus on what's good, on possibilities, on taking action, that's when the light wolf grows. Even the most successful people in the world are not free from this battle. They too feel anger, fear, and jealousy. The difference is this story is not only about morality, it's about mindset. Because what you choose to feed in your mind becomes your reality. So how do we apply this story in real life? At work or school? When deadlines feel impossible, the dark wolf says, "I can't handle this." The light wolf says, "I'll break it down step by step. I can do this." In relationships, the dark wolf says, "Hold on to resentment." The light wolf says, "Forgive and let's build peace." In personal growth, the dark wolf says, "I don't have what it takes." The light wolf says, "I may not know everything, but I can learn." Feeding the right wolf isn't about grand gestures. It's about the small daily choices. Choosing discipline over laziness, gratitude over envy, courage over fear. Ask yourself, which wolf have you been feeding lately? And which wolf do you want to grow stronger starting today? Here are a few ways to feed the light wolf every day. Practice gratitude. Write down 3 things you're thankful for every night before bed. Surround yourself with positivity. Books, podcasts, and people who uplift you. Challenge negative thoughts. When you hear, "I can't," respond with, "I'll try." Acts of kindness. Even small gestures, smiles, compliments help feed love. Discipline. Keep promises to yourself. Each win strengthens the light wolf. Remember, feeding the light wolf is not a one-time decision. It's a lifestyle. The truth is the battle between these two wolves never ends. They will always exist inside you. Every morning when you wake up, both are hungry. But you hold the power. Your destiny is not written by your circumstances. It's written by the wolf you choose to feed. Life will test you through rejection, through failure, through heartbreak. And in those moments, the dark wolf will scream the loudest. But if you've been consistently feeding the light wolf, through gratitude, discipline, and love, you will have the strength to rise. So today, as you walk into the world, remember, feed kindness, feed courage, feed peace, because the wolf you feed becomes the life you live. And here's my final challenge to you. Tonight, before you sleep, reflect which wolf did you feed more today. And tomorrow, feed the wolf that leads you to the person you truly want to become. If you like the story, please hit the like button so we can keep making more videos for you. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe now. Thank you. Now we're going to do some exercises based on this story. Exercise 1. Answer these questions with a yes or no. Number 1. Does the dark wolf encourage us to be kind? Number 2. Does the light wolf make us believe in ourselves? Yes. 3. Does the dark wolf whisper lies? Yes. 4. Does the light wolf help us love instead of hate? Yes. 5. Does the dark wolf tell the truth? No. Exercise 2. Fill in the blank with the correct word from the story. Number 1. The wolf that we feed becomes our life. Answer: destiny. 2. The dark wolf represents our negative emotions such as and. Answer: fear and doubt. 3. The story is not only about morality, it's about a healthy. Answer: mindset. 4. We can also choose over anger. Answer: forgiveness. 5. We should keep a check on our. Answer: thoughts. Exercise 3. Choose the correct answer. Number 1. Which wolf do you think is stronger? A. The dark wolf. B. The light wolf. Answer. The light wolf. 2. What can we feed the light wolf? A. Anger and fear. B. Kindness and courage. Answer. B. Kindness and courage. 3. What happens if we feed the dark wolf? A. We become more positive. B. We become more negative. Answer. B. We become more negative. 4. According to the story, what is your mindset? A. A garden. B. A wolf. Answer. A. A garden. 5. What is the main lesson of the story? A. Don't be jealous. B. You are the master of your destiny. Answer. B. You are the master of your destiny. Exercise 4. Summarize the story in 1 or 2 sentences. The story is about 2 wolves, one dark and one light, that live inside us. The dark wolf represents our negative traits and the light wolf represents our positive traits. We must choose to feed the light wolf to have a better life. Exercise 5. Would you like to change anything in the story? If yes, what and why? Share your answers in the comments below. Now we're going to practice speaking using the story. Describe the story in 1 or 2 sentences. Explain the main idea. What is the main lesson of the story? Share your answers in the comments below. We hope you enjoyed today's story and exercises. We'd love to hear your feedback in the comments below. Please like and share this video if you found it helpful. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on our new stories. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Every single day, you wake up to choices. Some choices are small, like what you'll eat for breakfast, or whether you'll check your phone before getting out of bed. Other choices are big, like how you'll respond to a difficult coworker, whether you'll chase your dream or give up, whether you'll forgive someone or keep holding on to anger. But here's the truth. Your life is the sum of these choices. It's easy to think the real battles of life happen outside, at work, in exams, in business, in relationships. But the greatest battlefield isn't out there. It's right here, inside your own mind. Today, I want to take you on a journey, not through forests or mountains, not across oceans or deserts, but into the most mysterious battlefield that exists, a battlefield you and I fight on every single day. This battlefield is not outside. It's not in offices, classrooms, gyms, or streets. It is inside of us. It's the battlefield of the mind. Here's a truth that often goes unnoticed. The greatest wars are not fought with swords, guns, or armies. They're fought in silence, inside the human heart. And to help us understand this invisible war, I want to share with you a story passed down through generations. A story of an old man, his grandson, and 2 wolves. But more than just a story, it is a mirror for your life, my life, and the choices we make every single day. So sit back, take a deep breath. Let's step into the firelight of this ancient tale. Long ago, in a quiet village surrounded by mountains, an old man sat with his grandson by the warmth of a fire. The night was calm, the stars painted the sky, and the boy's young eyes reflected both curiosity and innocence. Sensing the boy's restlessness, the grandfather leaned closer and said, "My son, inside each of us, there are 2 wolves, and they are locked in a fierce battle." The boy tilted his head. "2 wolves?" he asked. The old man nodded slowly. "One wolf is dark. It is strong and relentless, driven by anger, envy, greed, self-pity, arrogance, selfishness, and hatred." The boy's eyes widened. He could sense the tension in his grandfather's voice. The old man continued, "The other wolf is light. It embodies joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, and faith." The boy looked at his grandfather, a bit confused. "Which wolf will win?" he whispered, his voice echoing the concern in his heart. The old man's gaze turned distant, as if he were seeing the wolves in the flickering firelight. "It is simple, my son," the old man finally spoke, "the one that I feed." He paused, his eyes boring into the young boy's. "The same is true for you. You have the power to decide which wolf will win, which part of you will be stronger." The boy pondered this, turning his thoughts over like pebbles in a stream. "Why wouldn't you feed the light wolf?" he asked after a while. The old man smiled, his face crinkling like a dried leaf. "Because it's not that simple, my child. Sometimes in life, you have to sit with darkness. You must experience the hard things, the pain, the anger, the grief. Only then can you truly appreciate the light when it returns. The boy didn't understand everything, but he sensed the wisdom in his grandfather's words. They sat in silence for a while, the crackling fire the only sound. Then the boy asked, "But how do I feed them? How do I deal with these emotions?" The old man reached out, his wrinkled hand covering the boy's. "When you feel the darkness rising within you, embrace it, understand it, but don't let it consume you. And when the light returns, my son, when you feel joy, hope, or love, don't ignore it. Nurture it. Let it grow." The boy nodded slowly, absorbing his grandfather's advice. He knew in his young heart that life wasn't always about avoiding the dark. It was also about letting the light shine. As the night deepened and the fire burned low, the boy snuggled closer to his grandfather. He thought about the two wolves, realizing that they weren't just in him, they were in everyone. Even his grandfather, with his calm wisdom, had once been a young boy facing his own inner battles. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the night. The boy jumped, startled. The old man remained calm. "Listen," he said softly. Another crash. Louder this time. The old man's eyes twinkled. "Do you hear that?" he asked. "Yes," the boy whispered, still a bit scared. "That is the sound of the wolves howling at the moon," the old man said, a hint of pride in his voice. And then, as if on cue, another howl cut through the night. But this time it wasn't a sound of fear or anger. It was a sound of triumph. The boy looked at his grandfather, his eyes shining with understanding. In that moment, he realized that life wasn't just about feeding the wolves. It was about teaching them to sing. The next morning, as the sun chased away the darkness, the boy felt different. He remembered his grandfather's words, not just about the wolves, but about life. As he went about his day, he noticed the small battles happening inside him. When he felt anger bubbling up, he took a deep breath and tried to understand it. And when he felt a surge of happiness, he held onto it, letting it fill him with warmth. As the weeks passed, the boy grew. He faced challenges, tasted victories, and learned from his mistakes. He remembered the two wolves, not as enemies to be fought, but as parts of him to be embraced. One day, the boy, now a young man, returned to his village after years of traveling. He had seen much of the world, experienced many emotions, and had stories that would fill many moons with their tales. He found his grandfather sitting by the fire, his face lined with time, yet his eyes still twinkling with wisdom. The young man sat beside him, and they sat in comfortable silence for a long time. Finally, the young man spoke, his voice filled with newfound understanding. "I understand now," he said, looking into the fire. "Which wolf will win? Not the dark nor the light, but the one that I feed, the one that I am." He looked up at his grandfather, a smile touching his lips. The old man smiled back, his eyes filled with pride. "Life is a dance between darkness and light, my son," he said. "It is not about feeding one and ignoring the other, but about embracing both and finding balance within them. For it is in this dance, in this balance, that you will find the harmony of life." And so the old man and his grandson sat by the fire, two souls connected by blood and wisdom, sharing the stories of their lives, each wrinkle and each laugh line a testament to the battles fought and won in the timeless arena of the human heart. Now close your eyes and think about the story. What did you learn today? You have the power to choose which part of you is stronger, the negative or the positive. It's all up to you. You can choose to be kind or to be angry, to be happy or to be sad, to be helpful or to be selfish. In the end, it's your choice which part of you wins the battle. Okay, now listen carefully. I will say the answers. See how many you got right. Remember, life is a dance between good and bad. You can't avoid one to have the other, but you get to choose which one to focus on. Like the boy who chose to let the light shine, you can choose to see the good in the world and in yourself. And when you do, the good things will grow and the bad things will shrink. So don't be afraid of the hard times. They're a part of life, just like the good times. And when the tough times come, remember, you have the strength to feed the light within you. Now, if you like this story, please hit the like button. And if you want to listen to more stories like this, subscribe so you never miss out. Also, join our online community where we share more resources to help you learn English faster and easier. Finally, thank you so much for listening. Until next time, stay curious, keep learning, and remember, you have the power to feed the light within you. Bye. Bye.
On the deck of the SS Java Queen, the wind whips furiously through Ricky's hair as the ship crashes the waves. He, along with Chips, the cabin boy, braces himself against the mast. They are sailing from Australia to Los Angeles with a mysterious cargo that they are unsupposed to know about. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Denham is jolted awake by the crashing waves. As the ship continues to rock violently, Denham paces the floor as he tries to figure out how he's going to stop the most dangerous beast in the world from escaping its confinement. Suddenly, he hears footsteps behind him. He turns quickly to see Anne Dahlgren, a young woman whom he intends to cast in his latest movie. "I don't suppose you would care to join me in a spot of breakfast, Anne." "That's all very flattering, Mr. Denham, but I'm afraid I'm not interested in movies. I can promise you that working with me will be a walk in the park. A simple case of signing on the dotted line and letting fate take the wheel." "Well, I still think it's a terrible mistake. And then, if you fail alone. I'll sever all ties with you. You won't even be mentioned in the credits." So I decided to play it safe and kept my name out of it. "You're welcome. If you won't tell me what's in those boxes, I'm afraid I'm definitely out of the picture." "Oh, but if you knew what I was transporting, you wouldn't dream of being involved." "What do you mean?" "Coal. Why would that nasty brute bring coal on board?" He meant to, and so the search began for the biggest, toughest, scariest creature in the world. My dear boy, it took months of searching. He literally went to the ends of the earth to capture the beast. Oh, why? Why did he do it? You know, to get revenge. Apparently, this creature destroyed his island. His island, friendly. He eats flies, and he helps me with my chores. Tamed by what? And that is why you shouldn't call him a monster, because he's not. Well, that's a relief. In fact, he's quite gentle. Yep, gentle, the gentle giant. Back on the ship, Denham exits his cabin and walks out on the deck to see that the Java Queen is caught in a horrible storm. He shivers. Who? Me? Oh, this old tub's got another 5 years of cargo hauling left in her, Mr. Then I hope that whatever you're shipping doesn't mind getting wet. Oh no, he doesn't mind at all. You should get some sleep. Ricky and Chips huddle under a barrel on the deck to shield themselves from the heavy rain and strong winds. This is worse than the old bathtub, but at least we're in this together, huh, Chips? Hey, Ricky, me too, Chips. Okay. Right. Yep. Me too. Really? I've heard that a monkey diet consists of bananas. We've got a crate of bananas. Tomorrow, right? Don't worry, Anne. Don't worry. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to be in a movie after all. Oh, I'm sure you'll be a natural. Yeah, I've never acted before. I'll teach you. We can rehearse right here in my cabin. All right, class is in session. The camera crew sets up equipment inside Denham's cabin, while he paces the floor. Are you sure this will work? And when you see what we've done, you'll be in awe. Oh, please forgive me, gentle giant. Don't you recognize me? I'm the one who's been bringing you bananas and fly swatter. Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. About what? I know you're going to be a wonderful actor. Yep, and when I read them to myself, I hear voices. Do you hear the voice of the gentle giant? I see. Actually, you're perfect. Well, I'd love to. Mr. Denham, I'm ready. Oh, please forgive me, gentle giant. Sure. Oh yes, sorry. I know you're going to be a wonderful actor. Actually, I'd like to be a writer. You see, I like writing stories. And when I read them to myself, I hear voices. Do you hear the voice of the gentle giant? Yes. I see. You really think so. Wonderful. All aboard for Skull Island. 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 Hey, everybody. Welcome to The Gentle Giant and His Big Adventure, a full family animation movie. I'm the director. Did you know that we've got the best music team in town? Let me tell you about them. The song, My Darling Clementine, was written by a composer and lyricist. The song, Skull Island Boogie, was composed and produced by a famous singer-songwriter. And finally, the song Love Is Everything was written by a fantastic songwriting duo. Hey guys, wanna see something cool? Watch as I bring the legendary Gentle Giant to life before your very eyes. The Gentle Giant is a huge guy with a big heart. He's strong and kind, but most of all, he's friendly and fun-loving. One day, the Gentle Giant decides he wants to go on an adventure. He sets off on a journey to explore the world beyond his home. Along the way, he meets all sorts of interesting characters and has all kinds of exciting experiences. But no matter what challenges he faces, the Gentle Giant always stays true to himself. He uses his strength and kindness to help others and never loses his sense of wonder and fun. Join the Gentle Giant on his amazing adventures. See how he interacts with people and creatures of all shapes and sizes. Feel his infectious enthusiasm as he discovers the world around him. And most importantly, remember that no matter how big or small you are, you can always make a difference in the world. Hey guys, do you have a favorite moment from the story so far? Let me know in the comments section below. Once upon a time, in a world filled with magic and mystery, there lived a gentle giant named Jack. Jack wasn't your ordinary giant. Despite his towering height and immense strength, he had a heart of gold and a thirst for adventure. One day, while exploring the lush jungles that surrounded his home, Jack stumbled upon a group of villagers who were being terrorized by a fearsome monster. Without hesitation, Jack sprang into action, using his superhuman strength to defeat the beast and save the day. From that moment on, Jack became a hero to the villagers, who showered him with gratitude and admiration. But Jack's heart yearned for more than just fame and fortune. He wanted to see the world and experience all that it had to offer. So, with a heavy heart, he bid farewell to the villagers and set off on a journey to explore the unknown. As he ventured deeper into the wilderness, Jack encountered all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures, from playful fairies to wise old trees. He befriended them all and learned valuable lessons about friendship, courage, and compassion. Meanwhile, back in the village, the people were in peril once again. The fearsome monster had returned and was wreaking havoc once again. Just when all hope seemed lost, Jack returned to the village, accompanied by his newfound friends. Together, they faced the monster in an epic battle that shook the very foundations of the village. But thanks to Jack's bravery and the support of his friends, they were able to defeat the monster and bring peace to the land once more. Reunited with his grateful friends and neighbors, Jack realized that true happiness lay not in material possessions, but in the bonds of friendship and the satisfaction of knowing he had made a difference in the lives of others. And so, the Gentle Giant, who could have chosen to live a life of luxury and comfort, instead chose to use his gifts to help others and make the world a better place. One sunny afternoon, while strolling along the beach, the Gentle Giant spotted a distressed crab struggling to free itself from a discarded fishing net. Without a moment's hesitation, the Gentle Giant rushed to the crab's aid and gently extricated it from its plastic prison. Overjoyed at its newfound freedom, the crab scurried away, not before giving the Gentle Giant a grateful nod of appreciation. Witnessing this act of kindness, a flock of seagulls swooped down from the sky and showered the Gentle Giant with their adoration, their cheerful cries echoing across the waves. Heartened by the positive impact he was having on the environment, the gentle giant continued his mission to spread joy and kindness wherever he went. As the gentle giant made his way through the bustling city streets, he couldn't help but notice a group of children, huddled together on the sidewalk, their faces etched with envy, as they watched a group of kids playing in a nearby park. Unable to bear the sight of their sadness, the gentle giant stopped in his tracks and approached the children. With a warm smile, he invited them to join him on an adventure to the very same park, where they could enjoy all the fun and games to their heart's content. Overjoyed by his unexpected invitation, the children eagerly accepted, and soon found themselves laughing and playing alongside the gentle giant. Their day was filled with joy and camaraderie as they swung on the swings, slid down the slides, and played all their favorite games. By the end of the day, the children were not only filled with unforgettable memories, but also with newfound confidence and happiness. And as the gentle giant watched them go home, his heart swelled with pride, knowing that he had made a difference in their lives. One day, the gentle giant stumbled upon an abandoned puppy, scared, alone, and shivering in the cold. Without a second thought, the gentle giant scooped up the tiny creature and cradled it close to his heart, providing warmth and comfort until it was cozy and content. Moved by the puppy's plight, the gentle giant vowed to become its adoptive parent and showered it with love, care, and endless belly rubs. Soon, the once timid and frightened puppy blossomed into a happy and playful dog, becoming the gentle giant's constant companion on all his adventures. Together, they explored the world side by side, forming a bond that was unbreakable and full of unconditional love. One crisp autumn day, the gentle giant came across a group of elderly folks sitting on a park bench, their faces etched with sadness as they watched the vibrant leaves twirling in the wind. Unable to bear their melancholy, the gentle giant approached them with a cheerful smile and struck up a conversation, inquiring about their well-being and offering a listening ear to their stories and concerns. Sensing their loneliness, the gentle giant invited them to join him for a stroll through the park, marveling at the colorful foliage and enjoying the crisp air. As the gentle giant engaged them in lively banter, their spirits lifted and they found solace in his warm and friendly demeanor. Before long, the group was laughing and reminiscing about fond memories, feeling rejuvenated and connected to the world around them once more. As the evening drew near, the gentle giant noticed a group of homeless individuals huddled together on the street corner, seeking refuge from the cold night ahead. With compassion in his heart, the gentle giant approached them, offering blankets and warm meals to help alleviate their discomfort. His act of kindness brought a glimmer of hope to their tired eyes, reminding them that despite their circumstances, humanity and generosity still existed in the world. The gentle giant's thoughtfulness warmed their hearts and provided a much-needed boost to their spirits, allowing them to face the night with a little more comfort and dignity. One breezy afternoon, the gentle giant was strolling through the bustling farmer's market, his heart aching at the sight of elderly Mrs. Peabody struggling to carry her groceries home. With a helping hand, he offered to accompany her home, ensuring she arrived safely with all her purchases intact. Throughout their walk, the gentle giant engaged Mrs. Peabody in lively conversation, learning about her life, interests, and hobbies. Upon reaching her home, the gentle giant discovered that Mrs. Peabody had recently celebrated her 90th birthday and had always dreamed of visiting Paris. Touched by her story, the gentle giant surprised her with a trip to the City of Lights, treating her to a weekend getaway filled with sightseeing, delicious food, and unforgettable experiences. Mrs. Peabody returned home with a newfound sense of wonder and gratitude, cherishing the memories created with her unexpected travel companion. Hey guys, what's your favorite part of the story so far? Let me know in the comments section below. After many more days of sailing, the ship finally reached the shores of Skull Island. As the crew unloaded supplies onto the beach, the gentle giant couldn't resist the urge to explore the lush jungle that lay inland. Ignoring the warning signs, he ventured deep into the dense foliage, eager to discover what secrets the island held. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew set up camp and prepared for their stay on the mysterious island. They unloaded crates filled with equipment and provisions, setting up tents and gathering firewood for the evening. Little did they know that their journey was just beginning. As the gentle giant walked deeper into the jungle, the atmosphere grew darker and more ominous. The playful chirping of birds was replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down his spine. Startled, he turned around and began to run in the direction of the noise, his heart pounding in his chest. He pushed through the thick undergrowth, desperate to find the source of the commotion. Just when his hope began to dwindle, he stumbled upon a clearing. And there, in the middle, stood a massive gorilla, its eyes fixed on him with an intense gaze. The gentle giant froze in his tracks, unsure of how to react. The gorilla took a step forward, and in that moment, the gentle giant knew he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hey guys, do you know a kind-hearted giant who goes on adventures? If so, let me know in the comments section below. And if you enjoyed the story so far, please subscribe for more updates. Thank you for watching. Until next time. All aboard for Skull Island. 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 Hey, everybody. Welcome to The Gentle Giant and His Big Adventure, a full family animation movie. I'm the director. Did you know that we've got the best music team in town? Let me tell you about them. The song, My Darling Clementine, was written by a composer and lyricist. The song, Skull Island Boogie, was composed and produced by a famous singer-songwriter. And finally, the song Love Is Everything was written by a fantastic songwriting duo. Hey guys, wanna see something cool? Watch as I bring the legendary Gentle Giant to life before your very eyes. The Gentle Giant is a huge guy with a big heart. He's strong and kind, but most of all, he's friendly and fun-loving. One day, the Gentle Giant decides he wants to go on an adventure. He sets off on a journey to explore the world beyond his home. Along the way, he meets all sorts of interesting characters and has all kinds of exciting experiences. But no matter what challenges he faces, the Gentle Giant always stays true to himself. He uses his strength and kindness to help others and never loses his sense of wonder and fun. Join the Gentle Giant on his amazing adventures. See how he interacts with people and creatures of all shapes and sizes. Feel his infectious enthusiasm as he discovers the world around him. And most importantly, remember that no matter how big or small you are, you can always make a difference in the world. Hey guys, do you have a favorite moment from the story so far? Let me know in the comments section below. Once upon a time, in a world filled with magic and mystery, there lived a gentle giant named Jack. Jack wasn't your ordinary giant. Despite his towering height and immense strength, he had a heart of gold and a thirst for adventure. One day, while exploring the lush jungles that surrounded his home, Jack stumbled upon a group of villagers who were being terrorized by a fearsome monster. Without hesitation, Jack sprang into action, using his superhuman strength to defeat the beast and save the day. From that moment on, Jack became a hero to the villagers, who showered him with gratitude and admiration. But Jack's heart yearned for more than just fame and fortune. He wanted to see the world and experience all that it had to offer. So, with a heavy heart, he bid farewell to the villagers and set off on a journey to explore the unknown. As he ventured deeper into the wilderness, Jack encountered all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures, from playful fairies to wise old trees. He befriended them all and learned valuable lessons about friendship, courage, and compassion. Meanwhile, back in the village, the people were in peril once again. The fearsome monster had returned and was wreaking havoc once again. Just when all hope seemed lost, Jack returned to the village, accompanied by his newfound friends. Together, they faced the monster in an epic battle that shook the very foundations of the village. But thanks to Jack's bravery and the support of his friends, they were able to defeat the monster and bring peace to the land once more. Reunited with his grateful friends and neighbors, Jack realized that true happiness lay not in material possessions, but in the bonds of friendship and the satisfaction of knowing he had made a difference in the lives of others. And so, the gentle giant, who could have chosen to live a life of luxury and comfort, instead chose to use his gifts to help others and make the world a better place. One sunny afternoon, while strolling along the beach, the gentle giant spotted a distressed crab struggling to free itself from a discarded fishing net. Without a moment's hesitation, the gentle giant rushed to the crab's aid and gently extricated it from its plastic prison. Overjoyed at its newfound freedom, the crab scurried away, not before giving the gentle giant a grateful nod of appreciation. Witnessing this act of kindness, a flock of seagulls swooped down from the sky and showered the gentle giant with their adoration, their cheerful cries echoing across the waves. Heartened by the positive impact he was having on the environment, the gentle giant continued his mission to spread joy and kindness wherever he went. As the gentle giant made his way through the bustling city streets, he couldn't help but notice a group of children, huddled together on the sidewalk, their faces etched with envy, as they watched a group of kids playing in a nearby park. Unable to bear the sight of their sadness, the gentle giant stopped in his tracks and approached the children. With a warm smile, he invited them to join him on an adventure to the very same park, where they could enjoy all the fun and games to their heart's content. Overjoyed by his unexpected invitation, the children eagerly accepted, and soon found themselves laughing and playing alongside the gentle giant. Their day was filled with joy and camaraderie as they swung on the swings, slid down the slides, and played all their favorite games. By the end of the day, the children were not only filled with unforgettable memories, but also with newfound confidence and happiness. And as the gentle giant watched them go home, his heart swelled with pride, knowing that he had made a difference in their lives. One day, the gentle giant stumbled upon an abandoned puppy, scared, alone, and shivering in the cold. Without a second thought, the gentle giant scooped up the tiny creature and cradled it close to his heart, providing warmth and comfort until it was cozy and content. Moved by the puppy's plight, the gentle giant vowed to become its adoptive parent and showered it with love, care, and endless belly rubs. Soon, the once timid and frightened puppy blossomed into a happy and playful dog, becoming the gentle giant's constant companion on all his adventures. Together, they explored the world side by side, forming a bond that was unbreakable and full of unconditional love. One crisp autumn day, the gentle giant came across a group of elderly folks sitting on a park bench, their faces etched with sadness as they watched the vibrant leaves twirling in the wind. Unable to bear their melancholy, the gentle giant approached them with a cheerful smile and struck up a conversation, inquiring about their well-being and offering a listening ear to their stories and concerns. Sensing their loneliness, the gentle giant invited them to join him for a stroll through the park, marveling at the colorful foliage and enjoying the crisp air. As the gentle giant engaged them in lively banter, their spirits lifted and they found solace in his warm and friendly demeanor. Before long, the group was laughing and reminiscing about fond memories, feeling rejuvenated and connected to the world around them once more. As the evening drew near, the gentle giant noticed a group of homeless individuals huddled together on the street corner, seeking refuge from the cold night ahead. With compassion in his heart, the gentle giant approached them, offering blankets and warm meals to help alleviate their discomfort. His act of kindness brought a glimmer of hope to their tired eyes, reminding them that despite their circumstances, humanity and generosity still existed in the world. The gentle giant's thoughtfulness warmed their hearts and provided a much-needed boost to their spirits, allowing them to face the night with a little more comfort and dignity. One breezy afternoon, the gentle giant was strolling through the bustling farmer's market, his heart aching at the sight of elderly Mrs. Peabody struggling to carry her groceries home. With a helping hand, he offered to accompany her home, ensuring she arrived safely with all her purchases intact. Throughout their walk, the gentle giant engaged Mrs. Peabody in lively conversation, learning about her life, interests, and hobbies. Upon reaching her home, the gentle giant discovered that Mrs. Peabody had recently celebrated her 90th birthday and had always dreamed of visiting Paris. Touched by her story, the gentle giant surprised her with a trip to the City of Lights, treating her to a weekend getaway filled with sightseeing, delicious food, and unforgettable experiences. Mrs. Peabody returned home with a newfound sense of wonder and gratitude, cherishing the memories created with her unexpected travel companion. Hey guys, what's your favorite part of the story so far? Let me know in the comments section below. After many more days of sailing, the ship finally reached the shores of Skull Island. As the crew unloaded supplies onto the beach, the gentle giant couldn't resist the urge to explore the lush jungle that lay inland. Ignoring the warning signs, he ventured deep into the dense foliage, eager to discover what secrets the island held. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew set up camp and prepared for their stay on the mysterious island. They unloaded crates filled with equipment and provisions, setting up tents and gathering firewood for the evening. Little did they know that their journey was just beginning. As the gentle giant walked deeper into the jungle, the atmosphere grew darker and more ominous. The playful chirping of birds was replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down his spine. Startled, he turned around and began to run in the direction of the noise, his heart pounding in his chest. He pushed through the thick undergrowth, desperate to find the source of the commotion. Just when his hope began to dwindle, he stumbled upon a clearing. And there, in the middle, stood a massive gorilla, its eyes fixed on him with an intense gaze. The gentle giant froze in his tracks, unsure of how to react. The gorilla took a step forward, and in that moment, the gentle giant knew he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hey guys, do you know a kind-hearted giant who goes on adventures? If so, let me know in the comments section below. And if you enjoyed the story so far, please subscribe for more updates. Thank you for watching. Until next time. On the deck of the SS Java Queen, the wind whips furiously through Ricky's hair as the ship crashes the waves. He, along with Chips, the cabin boy, braces himself against the mast. They are sailing from Australia to Los Angeles with a mysterious cargo that they are unsupposed to know about. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Denim is jolted awake by the crashing waves. As the ship continues to rock violently, Denim paces the floor as he tries to figure out how he's going to stop the most dangerous beast in the world from escaping its confinement. Suddenly, he hears footsteps behind him. He turns quickly to see Anne Dahlgren, a young woman whom he intends to cast in his latest movie. "I don't suppose you would care to join me in a spot of breakfast, Anne." "That's all very flattering, Mr. Denham, but I'm afraid I'm not interested in movies. I can promise you that working with me will be a walk in the park. A simple case of signing on the dotted line and letting fate take the wheel." "Well, I still think it's a terrible mistake. And then, if you fail alone. I'll sever all ties with you. You won't even be mentioned in the credits." So I decided to play it safe and kept my name out of it. "You're welcome. If you won't tell me what's in those boxes, I'm afraid I'm definitely out of the picture." "Oh, but if you knew what I was transporting, you wouldn't dream of being involved." "What do you mean?" "Coal. Why would that nasty brute bring coal on board?" He meant to, and so the search began for the biggest, toughest, scariest creature in the world. My dear boy, it took months of searching. He literally went to the ends of the earth to capture the beast. Oh, why? Why did he do it? You know, to get revenge. Apparently, this creature destroyed his island. His island. Friendly. He eats flies, and he helps me with my chores. Tame. Tamed by what? And that is why you shouldn't call him a monster. Because he's not. Well, that's a relief. In fact, he's quite gentle. Yep, gentle, the gentle giant. Back on the ship, Denham exits his cabin and walks out on the deck to see that the Java Queen is caught in a horrible storm. He shivers. Who? Me? Oh, this old tub's got another 5 years of cargo hauling left in her, Mr. Then I hope that whatever you're shipping doesn't mind getting wet. Oh no, he doesn't mind at all. You should get some sleep. Ricky and Chips huddle under a barrel on the deck to shield themselves from the heavy rain and strong winds. This is worse than the old bathtub. But at least we're in this together, huh, Chips? Hey, Ricky, me too, Chips. Okay. Right. Yep. Me too. Really? I've heard that a monkey diet consists of bananas. We've got a crate of bananas. Tomorrow, right? Don't worry, Anne. Don't worry. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to be in a movie after all. Oh, I'm sure you'll be a natural. Yeah, I've never acted before. I'll teach you. We can rehearse right here in my cabin. All right, class is in session. The camera crew sets up equipment inside Denham's cabin, while he paces the floor. Are you sure this will work? And when you see what we've done, you'll be in awe. Oh, please forgive me, gentle giant. Don't you recognize me? I'm the one who's been bringing you bananas and fly swatter. Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. About what? I know you're going to be a wonderful actor. Yep, and when I read them to myself, I hear voices. Do you hear the voice of the gentle giant? I see. Actually, you're perfect. Well, I'd love to. Mr. Denham, I'm ready. Oh, please forgive me, gentle giant. Sure. Oh yes, sorry. I know you're going to be a wonderful actor. Actually, I'd like to be a writer. You see, I like writing stories. And when I read them to myself, I hear voices. Do you hear the voice of the gentle giant? Yes. I see. You really think so. Wonderful.
Japan is life so hard. Should I really give up on it? Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Living in Japan. It's me from my channel. This is my weekly vlog documenting my life here in Tokyo, Japan. And today, we have a very important topic to discuss. One of my followers asked me, is Japan to live so hard? Should I really give up? I thought this was such an interesting question because, when I moved to Japan, I had this idea in my head that Japanese people are just polite and nice to foreigners. And then I got here and realized that that is definitely not true. But I think there is a good reason why my follower asked me this question, and we gonna get into that today. But before we do, if you're new to this channel, please hit that subscribe button so that you can follow along with my journey here in Japan. If you've been following for a while, consider hitting that like button because it helps me out. And with that being said, let's jump right into it. So in today's video, I want to explain why Japan can be very hard to live in and whether or not it is worth giving up on. Before I moved to Japan, I had this image of what Japan would be like. And again, this is because of how the media portrays Japan. The media makes Japan seem like one of the most amazing countries in the world. They show these beautiful shots of Tokyo at night, the amazing food, the beautiful women, the beautiful men. They talk about how safe Japan is and all of these other great things about Japan. But the truth is that it's not always like that. And I know this might be surprising if you're someone who has never lived in Japan, but trust me, it's true. There are some major issues that Japan is facing, and it seems like every day that goes by, those issues only get worse. One of the biggest problems that Japan is facing is their aging population. As you probably already know, Japan has one of the longest life expectancies in the world, so they have a lot of elderly people. But that also means that they don't have enough young people to replace the elderly people. According to a recent article I read, they're expecting the working age population to decrease by 26% over the next 30 years. This is a huge problem because it means that they won't have enough people to work and take care of the elderly. Another big problem that Japan is facing is their birth rate. Japan has one of the lowest birth rates in the world. Again, this is due to many factors, but the main one seems to be that people just don't want to have kids anymore. This is another huge problem because if they don't have enough babies being born, then their population will continue to decline. Okay, let's get back on track. Another major issue that Japan is facing is their economy. The Japanese economy is one of the biggest in the world, but it seems to be slowing down. Many people believe that Japan is in a never-ending economic crisis. They have been trying to recover from the Great Recession of 2008, but it seems like they may never fully recover. This is another huge problem because if their economy continues to decline, then people will lose their jobs and the country will become even more divided. The next issue that I want to talk about is income inequality. Income inequality is a huge problem in Japan. The gap between the rich and the poor is growing wider and wider each year. This is another huge problem because if the gap between the rich and the poor continues to grow, then the country will become even more unstable. Alright. So now that we've talked about some of the major issues that Japan is facing, I want to talk about how those issues affect the average person. The first issue that I want to talk about is housing. As you probably already know, housing is very expensive in Japan, especially in Tokyo. The average price of an apartment in Tokyo is around 22,000 yen per square meter. That's about $165 per square meter. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but keep in mind that the average salary in Japan is around 4 million yen per year. That's about $30,000 per year. So when you compare those two numbers, you can see that housing is really expensive in Japan. Another issue that I want to talk about is healthcare. Healthcare is another expensive issue in Japan. The average person spends around 10% of their income on healthcare. That's one of the highest rates in the world. Again, this is another huge problem because if the average person is spending 10% of their income on healthcare, then they won't have money left over to spend on other things. Now let's move on to education. Education is another issue in Japan. The quality of education has been declining in Japan over the past few years. And this is due to many factors, but the main one seems to be that there are too many students and not enough teachers. This is another huge problem because if the quality of education continues to decline, then Japan will fall behind other countries. Finally, let's talk about food. Food is another issue in Japan. The cost of food has been rising in Japan over the past few years, and this is due to many factors, but the main one seems to be that Japan is an island nation, so they have to import a lot of their food. This is another huge problem because if the cost of food continues to rise, then the average person will have less money to spend on other things. So now that we've talked about all of these issues, I want to talk about how they affect foreigners. One of the biggest issues that I see foreigners struggling with is finding a job. Finding a job in Japan can be very difficult, especially if you don't speak Japanese. The job market in Japan is very competitive and most companies want to hire someone who speaks Japanese. So if you're a foreigner who doesn't speak Japanese, you're going to have a really hard time finding a job. Another issue that I see foreigners struggling with is getting a visa. Getting a visa in Japan can be very difficult, especially if you're not from a country that has a visa-free agreement with Japan. If you're from a country that doesn't have a visa-free agreement with Japan, you're going to need to apply for a visa and it can take a long time to process. Finally, let's talk about culture shock. Culture shock is a huge issue for foreigners to come to Japan. Japan is a very different country from most Western countries, and this can be a big adjustment for most foreigners. The language, the customs, the food, everything is very different in Japan, and this can be a big shock for most people. So is Japan too hard to live in? Should you really give up? Well, the answer is no. Japan is not too hard to live in, it's actually a great place to live. But it's important to be aware of the challenges that you may face before you come here. You need to be prepared for the challenges that Japan throws at you, then you should be fine. Now I want to hear from you. What do you think? Is Japan too hard to live in? Should you really give up? Let me know in the comments below. I hope you enjoyed this video and I hope you learned something new about Japan. If you did, please hit that like button. It really helps me out. And if you're interested in learning more about Japan, please hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much for watching and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey there, everyone. Today I'm excited to share another incredible learning opportunity with you. Now, I understand that everyone learns differently. Some people love reading books, others prefer watching videos, and some find listening to stories really effective. Whatever your style, I've got something special for you. It's our latest creation, a captivating series designed to elevate your English listening and speaking skills while also helping you dive deep into interesting topics. You can listen to the story online or download the podcast and listen anywhere. There's a new episode every week, so it's like having a fresh dose of language learning every week. The best part, you can get started for free. We know that learning should be accessible to everyone, so why wait? Check it out today and embark on this exciting new adventure with us. Welcome back, dear listener. Think about this. Every single day, you wake up to choices. Some choices are small, like what you'll eat for breakfast, or whether you'll check your phone before getting out of bed. Other choices are big, like how you'll respond to a difficult coworker, whether you'll chase your dream or give up, whether you'll forgive someone or keep holding on to anger. But here's the truth. Your life is the sum of these choices. It's easy to think the real battles of life happen outside, at work, in exams, in business, in relationships. But the greatest battlefield isn't out there, it's right here, inside your own mind. Today, I want to take you on a journey, not through forests or mountains, not across oceans or deserts, but into the most mysterious battlefield that exists. A battlefield you and I fight on every single day. This battlefield is not outside, it is inside of us. It's the battlefield of the mind, and to help us understand this invisible war, I want to share with you a story passed down through generations. A story of an old man, his grandson, and two wolves. But more than just a story, it is a mirror for your life, my life, and the choices we make every single day. So sit back, take a deep breath, let's step into the firelight of this ancient tale. Long ago, in a quiet village surrounded by mountains, an old man sat with his grandson by the warmth of a fire. The night was calm, the stars painted the sky, and the boy's young eyes reflected both curiosity and innocence. Sensing the boy's restlessness, the grandfather leaned closer and said, "My son, inside each of us, there are two wolves, and they are locked in a fierce battle." The boy tilted his head. "Two wolves?" he asked. The old man nodded slowly. "One wolf is dark. It is filled with anger, jealousy, greed, arrogance, fear, and doubt. This wolf whispers lies. It makes us believe we are not enough, that others are enemies, that life is unfair." Bo's eyes widened as he imagined this dangerous creature inside himself. "And the other wolf," the grandfather continued, "is light. It is filled with love, kindness, humility, hope, compassion, and peace. This wolf lifts us up when we are down. It encourages us to love when it is easier to hate, to forgive when it is easier to resent, and to try again when it is easier to quit. The fire crackled. The boy thought for a moment and asked, "But grandfather, which wolf wins?" The old man smiled gently and said, "The one you feed." That single sentence holds the power to shape your life. The one you feed. Think about it. Every day, you make choices, small choices that seem harmless, but they are food for one of the wolves. When you choose to complain, criticize, and compare, you are feeding the dark wolf. When you choose gratitude, kindness, and courage, you are feeding the light wolf. And here's the truth: whichever wolf you feed grows stronger. Your mindset is like a garden. If you water the weeds, the flowers die. If you water the flowers, the weeds wither. Have you noticed how some days feel heavy, as if negativity is controlling your every thought? That's because the dark wolf has been well fed with fears, doubts, gossip, procrastination. But when you choose to focus on what's good, on possibilities, on taking action, that's when the light wolf grows. Even the most successful people in the world are not free from this battle. They too feel anger, fear, and jealousy. The difference is this story is not only about morality, it's about mindset. Because what you choose to feed in your mind becomes your reality. So, how do we apply this story in real life, at work or school? When deadlines feel impossible, the dark wolf says, "I can't handle this." The light wolf says, "I'll break it down step by step. I can do this." In relationships, the dark wolf says, "Hold on to resentment." The light wolf says, "Forgive and let's build peace." In personal growth, the dark wolf says, "I don't have what it takes." The light wolf says, "I may not know everything, but I can learn." Feeding the right wolf isn't about grand gestures, it's about the small daily choices. Choosing discipline over laziness, gratitude over envy, courage over fear. Ask yourself, which wolf have you been feeding lately? And which wolf do you want to grow stronger starting today? Here are a few ways to feed the light wolf every day. Practice gratitude. Write down 3 things you're thankful for every night before bed. Surround yourself with positivity. Books, podcasts, and people who uplift you. Challenge negative thoughts. When you hear, "I can't," respond with, "I'll try." Acts of kindness, even small gestures, smiles, compliments, help feed love. Discipline. Keep promises to yourself. Each win strengthens the light wolf. Remember, feeding the light wolf isn't a one-time decision. It's a lifestyle. The truth is, the battle between these two wolves never ends. They will always exist inside you. Every morning when you wake up, both are hungry, but you hold the power. Your destiny is not written by your circumstances. It's written by the wolf you choose to feed. Life will test you through rejection, through failure, through heartbreak, and in those moments, the dark wolf will scream the loudest. That if you've been consistently feeding the light wolf, through gratitude, discipline, and love, you will have the strength to rise. So today, as you walk into the world, remember, feed kindness, feed courage, feed peace. Because the wolf you feed becomes the life you live. This is the story of two wolves. I encourage you to spend some time in silence, reflecting on this powerful narrative. What resonates with you the most? Do you see the two wolves within yourself? Feel free to share your insights in the comments section below. If you found this story and message valuable, please show your support by giving it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on our future content. And if you have a friend or family member who could benefit from this message, feel free to share it with them. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and personal growth. Until next time, may you find peace and strength in knowing that you hold the power to shape your own destiny.
That is a really good question and one that I have thought about a lot because things don't always go according to plan when you are traveling, especially long term. For example, my girlfriend and we had this planned 3-month backpacking trip through Southeast Asia and we were gonna start in Thailand and make our way over to India. And we had everything all planned out and we were so excited. And then COVID hit and we had to completely change our plans and go with the flow. So we ended up spending 3 months in Thailand, which was not in our original plan, but it worked out for the best because India was not really an option at that time. And then once we got to India, our plans changed again because we couldn't get a visa on arrival. And so we had to spend an extra month in Nepal because I had a trekking permit that allowed me to stay in the country for another 30 days. So we spent an extra month in a country that we hadn't even planned on being in. So my general approach to dealing with these kinds of situations is to have a basic plan going into it. So for us, that was we're gonna start in Thailand, we are gonna end in India, and we are gonna spend 3 months in between traveling through as many countries as we can. But we knew that that plan could change and most likely would change because things rarely ever go according to plan when you are traveling, especially long term. So we just rolled with the punches and we had a great time. It was an amazing 3 months despite all the crazy things that happened. So my advice to you would be to have a basic plan, but be flexible and just go with the flow and see what happens. The worst thing that can happen is you end up somewhere that you are not supposed to be and you can't get into the country because your visa is not approved, or you can't get a visa on arrival like we had planned to do in India. So make sure you have all your ducks in a row before you go traveling. But other than that, just go with the flow and have fun. The unexpected things that happen are usually the things that end up being the most memorable anyway.
Hello, my name is Anonymous. I am from Anonymous, and I have 2 questions for you. The first one is a very simple question. It is, what country or city do you dream of visiting one day? Maybe it's a place you've heard about from a friend. Maybe it is a place you have seen on TV, or maybe it is a place you have simply read about in a book. It doesn't really matter how you heard about it or why you want to go there. All that matters is that you truly, deep down inside, dream of going there one day. So what is that place? And why? Why do you dream of going there? The second question is slightly more complicated. It is, have you ever traveled to a place that truly, deeply disappointed you? Maybe it was a place that you had high expectations for, but once you got there, it just didn't live up to those expectations. Or maybe it was a place that you thought you would love, but for some reason, maybe it was too crowded or too expensive or whatever. It just didn't click. So what was that place, and what was it about that place that disappointed you? Now I'll start things off by answering these 2 questions myself. To answer the first question, the place that I most want to visit is Paris. And the reason I want to visit Paris is not because I have heard it is a beautiful city or because I have seen pictures of the Eiffel Tower. In fact, I've never been to Paris and I don't know much about it, to be honest. But for some reason, since I was very young, I've always dreamed of walking around Paris, just exploring the city, seeing what it has to offer. So even though I don't really know much about Paris, I still feel the strong urge to go there one day. As for the second question, the place that has most disappointed me is Barcelona. When I was younger, I used to spend my summers in Spain with my family, and we would always go to Barcelona at least once a year. However, over the past few years, Barcelona has become extremely overcrowded and the experience just isn't the same anymore. It's just too crowded and there are too many tourists. So Barcelona is the place that has most disappointed me. Alright, Now it's your turn. What are the places that you want to visit and which places have disappointed you? Please let me know in the comments below. I really would like to know.
He was one of the richest men in London. He owned property, had lots of money, and was respected by everyone. In fact, in 1603, King James I of England knighted him. Sir William Shakespeare was not just a playwright, he was a legend. But despite all the fame and money, Shakespeare never forgot where he came from. He always remembered the struggles, the lessons, and the people of his hometown. In 1610, he went back to Stratford-upon-Avon and bought the biggest house in town, called New Place. It was a grand house with beautiful gardens. With his plays performed across England and Europe, Shakespeare was more successful than any playwright before him. He had created worlds, characters, and stories that touched people's hearts, but tragedy struck again. In 1616, Shakespeare's son Hamnet died at the age of 11. Grief-stricken, Shakespeare withdrew from public life and spent much of his time in Stratford-upon-Avon. Perhaps he felt that only in his hometown could he find peace. Then on April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare died. He was buried in the Holy Trinity Church in Stratford-upon-Avon. The exact spot where he was laid to rest is now marked by a simple monument. That the legacy of William Shakespeare is far from simple. He is considered one of the best writers in the English language. His plays are performed in every major theater around the world and translated into every living language. His words are used in movies, TV shows, songs, and everyday conversations. He's inspired generations of writers, actors, and artists. So why is Shakespeare so important? Well, he's important for many reasons. First, he is one of the best writers in history. He uses language in a beautiful and powerful way that makes you think and feel. Second, he understood human nature better than anyone else. He knew that life is a mix of joy and sorrow, love and hate, success and failure. He showed that humans are complex and capable of both good and evil. Third, he is the reason why English has so many amazing words and expressions. He invented or popularized words like eyeball, fashionable, and lonely. He also used words in creative ways that people hadn't thought of before. For example, in Macbeth, he described someone as being fair, which meant beautiful, but nowadays we use it to mean nice or honest. He was the OG influencer. Finally, he is just plain awesome. His plays are exciting, funny, and sad. They are about things that everyone goes through: love, loss, hope, and despair. If you want to learn more about life, try reading or watching a Shakespeare play. You won't regret it. What can we learn from Shakespeare? First, never give up on your dreams, no matter how difficult life gets. Shakespeare had humble beginnings, but he never let it stop him from achieving greatness. Second, be passionate about your work. Shakespeare loved storytelling and writing. This passion drove him to create amazing plays that are still performed today. Third, observe everything. Shakespeare was a keen observer of human behavior. He understood that life is full of ups and downs and that humans are complex. This understanding helped him to create realistic and relatable characters in his plays. Fourth, don't be afraid to experiment. Shakespeare wasn't afraid to try new things. He pushed the boundaries of language and storytelling. This willingness to experiment led him to create new words, expressions, and characters. Fifth, be timeless. Shakespeare's plays are still relevant today. They are about universal human experiences that never go out of style. To be timeless, you need to create work that is meaningful and thought-provoking. Sixth, keep learning. Shakespeare was a voracious reader and learner. He was interested in everything, and this helped him to create well-rounded characters and stories. Never stop learning, whether it's about the world or yourself. Now let me ask you a question. Have you ever been amazed by a word, phrase, or idea that you learned from Shakespeare? I would love to hear your thoughts. Please share your ideas in the comments below. You can also tell me about the character or play that inspired you the most. Let's talk and explore the magic of Shakespeare together. Dear friends, if you love learning English and want to go to English-speaking countries like USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc., I have a special surprise for you. I am offering free online consultation to help you achieve your dream. Yes, you heard it right. You can have a personal conversation with me to discuss your goals and challenges related to learning English. During our session, we will explore your current level of English, identify your strengths and weaknesses, and determine the best strategies to help you reach your goals. Whether you need help with pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary, or conversational skills, I'm here to assist you. I will also provide you with personalized tips and resources to support your learning journey. It's completely free, so if you want to take advantage of this incredible opportunity, please contact me at the provided email address. The time zone for the meeting will be adjusted based on your location. I eagerly anticipate meeting you and assisting you in achieving your goals. Best regards, your English mentor. And now let's move on to our next activity, which is summarizing the story in your own words. To do this, you need to click the link provided in the description below. When you click the link, you will see a Google document. Please go to the Google document and summarize this story in your own words in either English or your native language. After you finish, you can click the submit button to send me your summary. I will review it and give you feedback. You can also ask questions about anything you don't understand. This exercise will help you practice your writing skills, improve your understanding of the story, and allow me to give you feedback on your progress. Ready? Let's start the timer. You have 1 hour to complete this task. If you want to improve your English faster, do this exercise regularly. Now I'm going to read some quotes from Shakespeare's plays to inspire you. Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we might have won by fearing to attempt. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and so true love is not seen with the eye. Friends, if you want to learn English faster, please subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you for listening. See you soon.
Chào các bạn, hôm nay chúng ta sẽ cùng khám phá một địa điểm đặc biệt đến quảng trường Syntagma, trái tim đích thực của thủ đô Athens xinh đẹp. Các bạn có biết không, cái tên Syntagma có ý nghĩa vô cùng sâu sắc, đến nó có nghĩa là hiến pháp trong tiếng Hy Lạp. Và đây không đơn thuần chỉ là một cái tên. Nó gắn liền với một sự kiện lịch sử quan trọng vào năm 1843 khi người Vân và quân đội đã đứng lên đòi quyền lợi, buộc vua Atâu phải ban hành bản hiến pháp đầu tiên cho đất nước Hy Lạp hiện đại. Nếu bạn đang đứng giữa quảng trường, hãy ngước nhìn về phía trước. Tòa nhà đồ sộ đối diện chính là tòa nhà Quốc hội Hy Lạp. Thú vị hơn, công trình này từng là cung điện hoàng gia trước đây. Và điều tuyệt vời nhất là gì? Đó chính là nghi lễ đổi giác của những người lính Hắc Xôn. Họ mặc những bộ trang phục truyền thống tuyệt đẹp, thực hiện những động tác đổi giác đều đặn trang nghiêm đến một cảnh tượng không thể bỏ lỡ khi đến Athens. Quảng trường Syntagma không chỉ là điểm đến du lịch, nơi đây còn là chứng nhân của vô vàn sự kiện lịch sử quan trọng. Từ những cuộc biểu tình đòi dân chủ cho đến những lễ kỷ niệm quốc gia hoành tráng, tất cả đều diễn ra tại đây. Có thể nói mỗi viên đá lát đường đều mang trong mình những câu chuyện về lịch sử và văn hóa Hy Lạp. Và này, location của Syntagma thì quá đỉnh. Từ đây, bạn có thể dễ dàng khám phá những điểm đến nổi tiếng khác của Athens. Muốn Samin, phố ở mua ngay đây thôi. Thích ngắm thành phố từ trên cao, rồi La Capitasi chờ bạn. Hay đơn giản là muốn đi dạo trong những con phố cổ kính, khu Blacker tôi biết sẽ không làm bạn thất vọng. Đến Syntagma vào bất kỳ thời điểm nào trong ngày, bạn đều có thể cảm nhận được nhịp đập sống động của Athens. Buổi sáng với những tách cà phê thơm lừng tại các quán cà phê xung quanh. Buổi chiều với ánh nắng vàng rực rỡ phản chiếu trên những tòa nhà cổ kính, hay đêm xuống với những ánh đèn lung linh huyền ảo. Nếu các bạn có dịp đến Athens, đừng quên ghé thăm quảng trường Syntagma nhé. Nơi đây không chỉ là một điểm đến mà còn là nơi bạn có thể cảm nhận được linh hồn thực sự của thành phố Athens. Cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi video này. Đừng quên theo dõi kênh của mình để không bỏ lỡ những video thú vị tiếp theo về các điểm đến tuyệt vời trên khắp thế giới nhé. Hẹn gặp lại các bạn trong video tới.
Today you heard a dialogue at the car dealership. Now listen again and follow along. Hello. Welcome to City Cars. My name is John. How can I help you today? Hello, John. My name is Anna. I want to look at some new cars. They are big and very safe. Do you like SUVs? Oh, yes. I see them on the road. They look very nice. I think an SUV is a good idea. Great. What color do you like? We have them in black, white, silver, and blue. I really like blue. Do you have a blue SUV? Yes, we do. We have a beautiful blue SUV. It is our most popular family model this year. Please, come with me. I can show it to you. It is over here. Here it is. This is the Family Cruiser 2024 model. What do you think? Wow, it is beautiful. I love this color. Yes, It is one of our best sellers. It looks very big and strong. Yes, it is a very strong and safe car. You can look inside. It looks very comfortable inside. The seats are very nice. Does it have air conditioning? Yes, of course. It has a very good air conditioning system. It also has a big screen for music and maps. And it is an automatic car, so it is very easy to drive. That is wonderful. My old car is very small and old. It does not have good air conditioning, and it is a manual car. An automatic car is much better for the city. I agree. Automatics are very good for traffic. This car also has a special camera in the back. The camera helps you when you park. A camera for parking? That is a great feature. It is difficult to park in my neighborhood. So this camera makes parking very easy and safe. I really like this car. It is big. It is a beautiful color, and it has great features. $22,000. Okay, that sounds like a fair price for a new car with everything. It is a very good price for this model. Many families love this car. Do you want to take it for a test drive? A test drive? Yes, please. I want to drive it. Is it possible to do that now? Yes, it is. I just need to see your driver's license, then we can go for a short drive. Perfect. I have my license right here in my bag. Thank you so much, John. You are very helpful. You are very welcome, Anna. I am happy to help. Let's go to my desk and then we can start the test drive. Now listen to a native speaker's recording of the story and compare your pronunciation to his. Are there any parts where you were doing well? Were there any difficult parts? If you found this lesson useful, consider subscribing to our channel. Also check out our website for more high-quality listening and speaking practice. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hello everyone. How are you? I hope you are fine. So let's talk about something which is very much inside us, and I try to practice that thing every day and try to make it a part of my routine, and that is being kind. So today I want to talk about being kind. You don't have to do anything extraordinary for anyone. You just have to be kind. So there are a lot of things I want to share in this video, and I want to talk about my own experiences. So stay tuned and watch this video till the end. Now first thing, why should we be kind? Why should we bother for others? Now, as you know, we are social beings. We need people around us to survive. We cannot survive alone. We need people to live our lives. And you never know who you meet in your life. Every person has some unique things inside them, right? Some good things they carry with them. And if you are kind to them, if you treat them well, then they can become the reason for you to believe in the goodness of people. They can change the way you see people. They can change your perspective of seeing people. Because you never know who you meet in your life. Even the worst person you think can turn out to be the best person in your life. And you never know the good people you think can turn out to be bad people in your life. So please be kind to everyone. Don't judge them by their appearances. Now coming to the second point, what do I mean by being kind? It doesn't just mean that you have to do something beyond, something major for the humanity. Small, random acts of kindness, requiring no extra efforts, no money, and even not too much time with major outcome are much needed to be done in our daily life. So just be kind. It is something totally free. In your hand, you just have to sprinkle that stuff everywhere to make the people blossom around you. And now my third point is these little acts of kindness not only makes the person receiving it happy, but it also leaves a huge positive impact on you. I've experienced it myself that an inner peace you feel after helping someone is something you can never feel in anything else in this world. Now, I want to share my experience of doing kindness acts in this week, so that others can also adopt it and we all just make it part of our daily routine. This experience gave an intense feeling of peace and genuine happiness. So here are 5 random acts of kindness I did in this week. Number 1, give a compliment. Now this is the easiest thing to do, but trust me, people neglect this thing. People think that by saying a compliment, they are jealous, they are praising the other person. Oh my god, dude. Just say it when someone is looking good or doing good. It requires no effort, just few words and the other person becomes happy and a huge smile covers his or her face. I always give compliment to my friends. Recently, I attended a 3-day sports gala and all of my friends were looking good and I complimented them. I also gave a compliment to my friend on her blog that will surely enable her to write more effectively. Number 2, removing stones from paths. The smallest act of kindness you can do is just remove any stone, brick or any other harmful thing from a public path that can cause hindrance or someone might stumble or fell to the ground because of it. Yesterday, I was going to department through Hostel Road. There was a brick at the center of road. I picked and placed it at the side. Again, required no effort. Number 3, help a friend in doing assignment. Helping someone by the skills you have and the other person don't have is something just about sharing your knowledge. Can take just about 5-10 minutes and that's it. Yesterday, I helped my roommate by aligning her assignment and it took me just 5 minutes and she was very thankful to me. Number 4, being a senior, give advice and notes to your juniors. Even if you are not good at giving advice, just tell what you have experienced in the similar situation, like telling your juniors how to prepare or solve paper of a particular teacher, marking for them important questions or any other thing related to study or internships. Provide them with notes. This would be a great help to them. I gave a book in soft copy and some notes to one of my junior. Number 5. Make tea for your roommate if she is suffering from cold. Being far away from home, even a mild cold feels like you are very sick. My roommate had a mild cold, so I made a tea for her. This makes her feel like home. She smiled and thanked me. This is what I can receive back, so be good so that in future you also get the same treatment. So these are the 5 random acts of kindness I did in this week. If you are able to do even one of these things, then believe me, you will return back with much more than what you have given. Trust me, being kind will make you feel good about yourself. You will have a good self-image, you will have a good self-esteem, and you will have good self-respect. So be kind, do little deeds, add positivity, and smile around you. Now, I'm gonna tell you something I want to share my personal experience. I realized in my life that when I do these things, when I do these small acts of kindness, I feel an inner peace. I feel like I'm doing something which is making me feel so good. And you won't believe this thing, but this happens to me genuinely. I feel like I'm doing something wrong with others. I feel guilty. And if I do these small acts of kindness, I feel an inner peace. I feel an inner happiness. I feel an inner satisfaction which I cannot express in words. This is what I can feel. So guys, I request you, I want you to try this thing. Do these small acts of kindness, do these little things and observe what effect it leaves on you, how you feel at the end of the day. So yeah, these are the points I wanted to discuss with you today. I hope you liked my views. If you have any different perspectives on the topic, please do share it with me in the comments below. I'll be glad to read them. I'll be glad to understand your way of seeing things. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please hit the like button. If you are new here, please subscribe. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please hit the like button. If you are new here, please subscribe.
The Predator movie series has had its ups and downs, with 2018's Shane Black directed for Cal almost icing the franchise for the foreseeable future. Thankfully, Prey 2022 brought the venerable sci-fi icon back to life with a grounded but refreshing story that took us back into the past. Now, the same creatives are pushing into the future with the follow-up. Here's everything we know about Predator: Badlands. Unlike Prey, which was a Hulu Disney Plus exclusive, this new Predator flick will hit cinemas worldwide. After the huge success of Dan Trachtenberg's prequel on streaming, and Alien, Romulus' triumphant takeover of theaters last year, we expected Disney to bring back the sci-fi action horror series to the big screen again. Perhaps more surprising is the fact that the movie will invade IMAX theaters too. Predator: Badlands won't be the only sci-fi blockbuster coming from Disney in 2025. We've got a Lilo and Stitch live-action remake, Pixar's Elio, The Fantastic Four, First Steps, Tron, Ares, and Avatar: Fire and Ash. Moreover, an animated Predator movie called Predator: Killer of Killers is coming to Hulu this summer. Predator: Badlands will release exclusively in theaters on November 7, 2025 in both the US and the UK. The movie is also set to hunt down as many IMAX screens as it can, taking moviegoers on a stunning journey to a new alien world in the far future. Most international territories will be getting it around the same date. European countries such as France and Sweden are ahead of the pack with a November 5th release date. In the case of Australia, Brazil, or Germany, we're looking at November 6th. You can check out the full list of confirmed countries and release dates here. Predator: Badlands trailers. 2 Predator: Badlands trailers have been released at the time of writing. The first one, released on April 23rd, is more of a teaser trailer and runs for barely over a minute, but it was more than enough to excite us and tease a new direction for the franchise. It's also set to Wolf Totem by The Who, so that's a nice bonus. On July 21st, a full trailer to Cloaked, giving us a deeper look at both the Predator protagonist and Elle Fanning's Tia, as well as the obstacles their unlikely alliance will have to overcome. And yes, we've received further confirmation that she's a Weyland-Yutani synthetic and the company will have a large presence in the movie. Moreover, xenomorphs showing up in this movie could be a real possibility now too. Will Predator: Badlands have a post-credit scene? The original Predator, Predators, and the Predator all included a mid-credit sequence teasing future installments. However, Prey dropped this tradition. As it was a standalone film, we don't know if Badlands will revive this custom. If it does though, we'd probably get a glimpse of another Predator or something related to the xenomorph species. Will Predator: Badlands be a theatrical exclusive? Predator: Badlands will be a theatrical exclusive when it launches on November 7th, 2025, so you'll have to head out to your local theater to watch it on release day. We expect to see Predator: Badlands on Hulu in the US and Disney Plus elsewhere in the world, though early 2026 is a good guess. As for how you can watch the movie outside of the US, we'll update this section as more info becomes available. What's the plot of Predator: Badlands? Little is known about the specifics of the story, but we do know it will take us to a brutal new world. As for the plot, we know that the story will take place sometime in the distant future and will focus on a young Predator named Dick who goes on a quest to earn his place in the clan after he fails them during a mission. This search leads him to an abandoned space station of Weyland-Yutani off-world. There he finds a lone survivor who's not what she seems. The pair will need to join forces to survive against alien creatures and other human hunters. So a cat and mouse game between Yatia and humans ensues. What's the level of violence and gore? Like its predecessors, Predator: Badlands is expected to feature high levels of violence and gore. What's the budget of Predator: Badlands? At the moment, we don't have the budget amount for Predator: Badlands. But with the previous installment costing around $100 million and grossing over $330 million worldwide, the expectation is that Badlands will have a higher budget than that. What's the box office forecast for Predator: Badlands? It's difficult to predict how much money Predator: Badlands will make given that it's the first movie in the franchise to be released in cinemas since 2018. With that said, we would be very surprised if it didn't at least double the $330 million gross of Prey. Who are the producers of Predator: Badlands? John Davis has come back to produce Predator: Badlands under his Davis Entertainment banner, which he founded in 1994. His credits include several movies in the Predator and X-Men franchises, Ice Age, The Grey, and many others. Who's directing Predator: Badlands? After the success of Prey, Dan Trachtenberg returns to the franchise to write and direct Badlands. He's best known for directing 10 Cloverfield Lane and producing the first 2 seasons of Wayward Pines, among other things. Who are the cast members of Predator: Badlands? So far, only 2 cast members have been confirmed for Predator: Badlands, with Elle Fanning playing TA. presumably a human survivor who's been hiding on the station for some time. We don't know her last name yet, but she could be related to a character from the comics and even the cancelled Alien vs. Predator sequel. As for the second member of the cast, Predator Badlands stars Demetrius Schuster-Kolomatangi as Dak, a young Yotia who sets out on a quest to gain respect from his clan after a failure. He's the son of the Predator Danny Trejo played in The Predator. Now that we've learned a bit more about the plot, it's possible that the rumored twin character is none other than Dak's father, perhaps in flashback sequences. Also, we're hoping to hear more about the rest of the cast later this year, with rumors pointing to a variety of human and alien characters. Is there a crossover with the Alien franchise? In the previous Predator movies, the Xenomorphs have been a major part of the story. However, in Prey, they weren't present at all. With the upcoming movie being set in the far future, it's entirely possible that we could finally see a Predator vs. Xenomorph showdown. This was teased at the end of Alien, Romulus with the skull of a predator seen in one of the laboratories. And now that we know Weyland-Yutani will be involved in Predator Badlands, we're pretty sure that we'll see some Xenomorphs in the flesh. What do you think about the release date change? Initially, Predator Badlands was set to release in August 2024. However, it was pushed back to 2025. And now it's set to premiere in November. Would you have preferred a summer release? Let us know in the comments. That's everything we know so far about Predator Badlands. But we'll keep you updated with the latest details. In the meantime, stay tuned for our latest news, previews, and reviews.
Hello, dear colleagues. Today we are going to play Going on a Bear Hunt. This is a lovely, rhythmic, repetitive story about a family going on an adventure in search of a bear. Along the way, they encounter some other animals such as a grumpy badger, a curious fox, and a family of very noisy frogs. This book lends itself really well to sensory exploration because of all the interesting textures and sounds that can be found in nature. So today we're going to use our feet, our hands, and our ears on a journey of our own. So first of all, we need to go on a bear hunt. We're gonna put on our walking shoes. Okay, so our first stop is out into the wide open farm. The text says the farmer went out into the farmyard, stomped his feet and shouted, "Beware, beware." So we're going to stomp our feet like the farmer and shout, "Beware, beware," as we walk over this surface. It feels nice and squishy and springy. Like what? Like a trampoline. Now let's look at the next page. You can see that we've moved from the farmyard onto a grassy field. The text says he went over the fields, jumped over the streams, scrambled through the brambles, and followed the winding road. There's lots of movement in this story, isn't there? We're going to move on to our next station now. And if you were outside, it would feel like walking barefoot on a nice soft grassy field. Can you feel the grass tickling your ankles? Do you remember what the farmer did here? He then went over the fields and jumped over the streams. Well done. Have you noticed how our socks are getting wet? Yes, they are. They're getting soaked. Oh my feet. It's getting colder. Let's go and warm them up. That's a good idea. Come on then. Let's go. We've arrived at the next station, which represents the bramble patch. This is made of some twigs and branches, and if you were outside, it would feel like walking on a thorny bramble bush. What else do we hear in this part of the story? There's also lots of birds tweeting in the trees. Tweet, tweet, and maybe a little frog croaking in the distance. Croak. Can you hear that? Now we're going to follow the winding road, and then we're going to slide down the slope. There is a little babbling brook. We heard that in the story. Can you hear it? Listen closely. What else can you hear? Rustling in the trees. That's right. The leaves are rustling. And just beyond the trees, we can hear a little bird singing. It's starting to get darker, and the text says it was dark and scary in the wood. There were twisted trees and tangled roots. So I've made this bit a bit darker, and I've also put down some tree roots. These are real tree roots that I found outside. Look at these. They're all twisted and turny just like in the story. Ooh, and listen to this. The author wrote about creepy crawlies in the wood. So I've got a little bit of cellophane here, and I'm going to pretend that it's a spider web. And you know what? We're going to crawl through the spider web. Are you scared of spiders? Me neither. What do you say to a grumpy badger? Hello, thank you. Grumpy badger, grumpy badger, grumpy badger. Wow, he doesn't seem very friendly. But we have to keep going because remember, we're on a bear hunt. So let's move on. Here we go. We've come to the next station. So this part is pitch black. And if you were outside, it would be like walking into a dark, scary forest. We're going to try not to stumble on any of the tree roots. No, it's just our friend the badger. Grumpy badger, grumpy badger, grumpy badger, grumpy badger. Wow, he's still grumpy. What a fantastic adventure. Well done. You've earned it. Well done. So for this station, I've made the surface nice and squishy like the grassy field. Then we're going to jump like a frog as we cross the stream. And afterwards, we can warm up our feet on the mat. And we're going to walk carefully so we don't prick ourselves. Then we're going to crawl through the spider web. For this station, we're going to roll down the hill and slide down the slope just like in the story. Then we are going to walk through the trees and listen out for the rustling leaves and the birds. In the final section, we are going to pretend that it is dark and scary and we are going to watch out for the tree roots. I hope you enjoyed playing going on a bear hunt with your class or your child. If you have any ideas of how to play this game another way, please share it in the comments below.